Great. Good morning, everyone. I am Representative Denise Tepler, House Co-Chair of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee, and we are here this morning to conduct a number of public hearings. I am Representative, but we will begin with some committee introductions, starting with Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Representative Poppy Arford, and I represent District 49, the western part of Brunswick.
And Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Richard Evans. I represent House District 120, including the towns of Atkinson, Brownville, Dover, Foxcroft, Medford, Milo, Orneville Township, and Lakeview. Thank you.
All right. And Representative Matheson.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Christy Matheson. I go by she, her. I represent District 1 in Kittery.
Okay. And Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
And Representative Melorano.
Good morning. I'm Gina Melorano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
And Representative Morris.
Good morning. I'm State Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and part of Livermore.
Thank you, Representative Morris. And Senator Brenner.
Whoops.
Senator Brenner, you were on mute. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stacy Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which is most of Scarborough and most of Buxton and all of Gorham.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. And just to let folks who are listening or watching know, we have other committee members who are unable to be with us this morning because they have responsibilities in other committees. Some of them may be joining us at different times, and we will have them introduce themselves if they pop in. And I am Representative Denise Tepler again. I serve as the House Chair of the committee, and I represent House District number 54, which is all of my town of Topsham. Today, we are ably helped by our analyst, Colleen McCarthy-Reed, and our clerk, Edna Caford. And so if you need something and you're in the participant but attendee list, please feel free to send them an email to ask for assistance. Also, you can use the electronic raise hand function. We will be using a 3-minute clock this morning so that folks who are testifying, with the exception of legislators and members of the administration, will be asked to keep their remarks to 3 minutes or less, because we have many, many people who wish to speak on today's bills. And we have a lot of business to conduct, so we'll ask you to keep it brief. We also want to remind everyone who's here that we are not only being recorded, but also broadcasting live on YouTube. So there will be an expectation of civility and polite behavior toward each other. And with that, I will look to see if any of the other committee members have something they wish to add before we begin our first public hearing on LD 1636. Seeing no comments from the committee, I will ask Senator Claxton, who is the sponsor of our first bill, to please join us in the virtual committee room. I will say also that we will be going in the published order on our website this morning. So if you want to know where you are in the line of folks testifying, please take a look there. And with that, Senator Claxton, welcome. And please introduce LD 1636.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. I'm Ned Claxton, and I represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Poland, Minot, Mechanic Falls, and New Gloucester. I'm before you today to introduce LD 1636, which is an act to reduce prescription drug costs by using international pricing. LD 1636 is an attempt to decrease the amount of money that the state of Maine and those who are insured by it pay annually for medicines. It's an attempt to address the issue that we in the US pay substantially more for our medicine than any other country by far. Various studies report that drug costs in the US are over twice as high as in Canada and Japan, for example. Does it make any sense that a drug sold in the US will, on average, cost twice what that drug will cost on the other side of the St. John's River? The copay for Jardiance in Canada, a drug for diabetes, is about $22. In Maine, in 2019, we paid $622 for each prescription. Looking up local costs last week, I found that the charge in the Auburn pharmacies is now $550 per prescription. Attempting to address these issues, various states have taken steps to try and import medicines from Canada. So far, that approach hasn't worked because of delays in FDA approval. This bill imports the price of the medicine and not the drug itself. By tying payment rates to well-established processes in Canada, we could save significant money for both the state and those who are insured by it. Maine spends about $4 million per year on drug costs for its employees and retirees. Another $3.5 million is spent by those enrollees. Every year, a list of 250 most costly prescription drugs for those patients insured by the state will be compared or referenced to the prices negotiated by the 4 largest Canadian provinces. The price that will be paid for an individual drug in Maine will be set at the lowest cost in those 4 provinces. It would set a pharmacy reimbursement rate for medicines already available in the US. Most costly prescriptions is defined by the number of prescriptions times the charge for each prescription, the net spend. If we could save even 10% of the cost of the top 25 meds, that would be a savings of about $1 million a year to the state and substantial dollars to the people paying copays. This bill empowers the Department of Administration and Financial Services to establish rules that would protect people who are on chemotherapy regimen for cancer or those few on disease-modifying drugs for conditions like multiple sclerosis or cystic fibrosis. But Humira has been on the market in some form since 2002. Should that be our most expensive drug in 2020 at $8,000 per prescription? The other aspect of this bill that is key is that the savings have to be used to further lower drug costs for our patients. You may hear that the pharmaceutical companies will need to cut back on R&D if this is passed. Yet they spend millions of dollars a year on advertising in Maine and $30 billion a year nationally. On a per capita basis, that translates to about $120 million a year to Maine's population. You may hear that new drugs will be slower to get to market. In Canada, new drugs have a 3-year interim market price to offset those concerns. You may hear that this is not allowed by the US Constitution, but there have been several decisions that have made it possible for the states to regulate pharmacy benefits managers, reimbursement practices, and open the door to pharmacy reimbursement changes. You may hear this bill violates the dormant commerce clause. But this bill has been specifically crafted to avoid that issue by limiting its impact to Maine and only establishing an upper payment limit. You may hear that the courts ruled against this kind of effort in Maryland and Washington, D.C. They didn't. Those rules were against price setting. This bill involves rate setting, limits to the payer, a different process than the other two jurisdictions. This bill is an attempt to establish accountability to the taxpayers. I understand that research and development is the lifeblood of the pharmaceutical companies. So is driving demand for their medicines. They must protect their return on investment. That's their fiduciary responsibility. My responsibility, on the other hand, is to help do what I can to lower the cost of medicines for the people in my district and the state. Since we don't have $1 million to counteract drug advertising and the resources that pharma has, this bill attempts to address unaffordable prescription drug costs in Maine. We have other resources and tools that we can build on, like the Maine Health Data Organization and the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I see this bill as a start of a conversation on this approach to lowering drug costs and look forward to working with the committee and your analysts on this bill to further address this issue. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this bill. I'll be happy to try and answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee for the bill's sponsor? Yes, Representative Evans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, for bringing this bill forward. And I think you made a significant point. We're not talking about any particular drugs and any particular drug. We're talking about a rate for all of the drugs. Am I right?
A rate determined by what the people in Canada have been able to negotiate with pharma in their country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans.
Anyone else have a question for Senator Claxton? I have one, Senator, before you go. I'm a little confused in reading the summary of the bill about the entities that are required to use the referenced rate that the bill creates. Can you clarify that for me? To me, it says a state entity, which I assume means the state employee health plan, although it may also refer to the teacher's plan and some of the other public payers. And then it says, comma, health plan, comma, or participating plan qualified under ERISA. And can you clarify for me those three entities? Are they separate? Are they really sort of inclusive? I'm a little confused by the language.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative Tepler. They're separate considerations. And the first instance, the state can only really control what it prescribes. And that would be the retirement funds of retirees, employees in whatever category. So that's the first and major category. After that, the option for the ERISA entities is there to participate if they want. That's purely elective, since we can't constrain that any more than we can constrain Medicare or Medicaid. The assumption has been made that this would be attractive enough to the ERISA folks that they would want to participate in this program. That's why they're listed separately.
Okay, that is not clear from the summary, and I didn't see where in the bill it specifically made it optional. In fact, in the summary, it says must purchase reference drugs. So thank you for that clarity. I think that's a very important point, and because I was concerned about our ability to compel ERISA plans to participate in the program.
I'm aware that we have no ability to compel. So that's why it becomes optional.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, what I would like to do before we turn to Senator Jackson, President Jackson, to testify is ask two members of the committee, one of whom is on the phone and one of whom who recently joined us, to please introduce themselves. Representative Quint, can you unmute and introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tracy Quint. I represent House District 144, which is 17 communities in northern Maine, including the town of Amity.
Thank you. And Representative Brooks?
Thank you, Chair Tapler. I apologize for being late. My name is Heidi Brooks. I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston.
Thank you, Representative Brooks. And now I will ask Senator Jackson to please join us in the committee room and present his testimony in support of LD 1636. Good morning, Senator Jackson.
Good morning. Morning, committee members. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Troy Jackson. I have the great honor of representing Northern Mercer County and the privilege of serving as President of the Maine Senate. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1636, an act to reduce prescription drug costs by using international reference pricing. I'm sure that each of us have heard more heart-wrenching stories than we can count about the impact of high drug costs have had on our friends, neighbors, and constituents. Last session, I shared a story with you about my constituent who feared she'd die of breast cancer because she could not afford the medications. Paying for those medications required her to refinance her home, refinance her car, and use 5 different credit cards just to stay afloat while she fought for her life. Mainers shouldn't have to jump through hoops to get health care or prescription medication that they need to go to work, play with their kids, and live their lives. But the way our healthcare system is set up, from the prescription drug manufacturers, the pharmacy benefit managers, and corporate health insurance giants, we have a system that is way more complicated than it needs to be. All these corporate players are fighting tooth and nail to make the most outrageous profit on the backs of patients, simply trying to get the medication and care that best meets their health needs. It's why many of our colleagues, including members of this committee and myself, have introduced legislation to rein in prescription drug prices and improve health insurance coverage year after year. In Maine, 3 out of 4 individuals are concerned about the high price of prescription medication, and as many as 1 in 3 adults skipped a dose of medicine, cut pills in half, or didn't fill a prescription at all due to the cost in the last year. And this is not unique to Maine. 1 in 4 Americans find it difficult to pay for their prescription medication, and 77% believe that drug costs are just unreasonable. Drug prices are drowning folks, and yet pharmaceutical companies continue to raise prices. LD 1636, an act to reduce prescription drug costs by using international reference pricing, could be an important step towards halting uncontrolled drug costs that make it harder for our constituents, our families, and neighbors to make ends meet. It's an innovative approach to solving a problem that's unique to Americans, unlike our neighbors to the north. Prescription drug prices here are 218% greater than prices in Canada. Earlier this week, the Maine Health Data Organization reported that Mainers spent $170 million more on the 25 drugs that experienced the highest price increases last year than in the previous year. With Mainers paying astronomical prices, while Canadians paying just a fraction of the prices for the same medication, I believe it's clear that we need to act. Now, I know that one bill or package of legislation put forward by state lawmakers won't bring reform to an out-of-touch industry. worth hundreds of billions of dollars that profits off the poor health of Mainers. But with every new law to improve health insurance coverage and lower prescription drug prices, we can begin to make a difference for hardworking Mainers who are desperate for relief. I want to thank the committee for all of their work in the past. I think over the last 4 years of having the name change and the different directive. I know these are tough issues. I want to thank Senator Claxton, who I think did an amazing job laying it out, and having dealt with these issues, obviously as a doctor, he has much more firsthand experience. But I mean, I understand from last session. I understand from sessions past what we're dealing with here. I mean, pharma does not want to let go of their death grip on prescription drug prices in the United States. And I think obviously today you're going to hear consistently about the challenges with this bill with the Commerce Clause. I think you're also going to hear from other people that's going to say that there is the ability. I believe there was a 9-0 2020 Supreme Court case that seems to suggest that this law is possible. This is something that former President Trump actually was trying to do with international drug pricing. But I do think it's important, not only for trying to help our constituents throughout this state, but we all talk about taxpayer accountability. This is something that we pay obviously for our state employees' health plan. This is a real opportunity to try and get cost savings into that. And I just feel very strongly that this is something that we should try to do. Don't get caught up in the horde of people that I think since Christmas, I've been seeing ads against this bill since Christmas. Don't get caught up in the hordes of people that's saying that it's unconstitutional. I mean, I just want to be clear, if we're going to allow pharma to say that this bill is unconstitutional, I guess the legislature might as well just pack up and let pharma run the whole thing. There's all kinds of evidence that it isn't, or that we have an opportunity. So I would hope that we can at least make that decision that there is a possibility to do this. And with that, I'll certainly take any questions. And again, I want to thank Senator Claxton for doing such a great job.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was having difficulty unmuting.
I have
you.
one question. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I see you, Representative Brooks. Please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chair Tepler. Sorry for the eagerness. Yes, Senator Jackson, it's really amazing to think where perhaps you might have been prior to your legislative service. And thinking back just historically, I haven't known you for that long, but I've heard stories you've told, and I feel like I know you through your stories, whether it was in the woods when you've had a colleague suffering a medical misfortune, or whether it's on the border of Canada where some of my ancestors came from. You've been in this realm for a long time, and it brings you to this moment. My ancestors coming from the border, I think a little, what we affectionately refer to as, definitely affectionately refer to as Little Canada, like over our New Auburn Bridge, the Bernard Lown Peace Bridge. And I was knocking on doors, and I'll get to my question. The bill has been proposed, and I did miss some of this presentation, and our committee's job is to hopefully improve on it. I like to approach bills like in an ideal world. How would we approach this bill? I hear that the Canadian people that researched insulin sold the patent for $1. I don't know if that's a fact or not, but it breaks my heart that people are suffering without access to that medicine. Likewise, when I was knocking on doors, there was a woman, I will protect her anonymity and just say she couldn't get a hold of nitroglycerin, sublingual nitroglycerin.
Representative Brooks, please get
my
to
question is how to make the bill better. How would you make the bill better?
Well, I actually think there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this bill already. But clearly, you're going to hear, I mean, I see the list of people that's testifying today. You got a long day ahead of you. There's going to be things that come up from both sides that I think, I mean, this is why we do these things that you guys have to take into account. But, for people to just flat out say that this bill is unconstitutional, that we should shelve it and not go any further, I think is, just completely unfair to the people in the state of Maine. We talk about inflation, energy prices, and all these things, and they are true problems that we have to deal with. And they're hard solutions to get a hold of. I mean, it seems like in some respects, prescription drugs, we just shut down. Not that people don't understand it's a problem, but this argument that it's unconstitutional and that we can't do anything just bothers me to no end. And I think that there's a lot of ability here with what's been brought forward to say that there isn't. There's an angle to go here as a state. And I'll just be very blunt too, that, people that say, well, we got to do this on the federal level. My biggest reason for supporting the Build Back Better bill, my biggest reason, there was a number of things in there, was that for the first time in my life, Congress had actually taken on pharma. And it wasn't anywhere near what the people in the state of Maine or the people in this country needed. But they had finally actually gone forward to do something at least meaningful. And look where that bill is. It basically died on the fact that some people didn't like the pharmaceutical aspect of it. So I just can't see us waiting as a state, any state. I mean, other states have actually gone down this road. They didn't get ruled unconstitutional. They didn't pass it. So, to your point, Representative Brooks, I have complete faith that the committee will come at it different ways. There probably will need to be changes. I just would hope that, we can put aside the unconstitutional argument and actually work towards something that could be meaningful.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Are there any other questions from the committee for the president? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, Senator Jackson. And seeing no other current legislators in the list of attendees, I will turn to those who are testifying for the bill in order of sign up. So first up is Cristobal Alvarado of Reedfield. Is Cristobal Alvarado present?
I thought I was bringing him over, so there might be a delay.
Okay, while we wait
Want to try
for,
someone else? Yeah,
I'm sorry, what?
we could try somebody else. Maybe they
Yes.
got, oh, there,
Oh,
there he is.
no, Cristobal Alvarado has joined
Great.
us. Mr. Alvarado, can you turn on your, yep, there you are.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Senator Brenner and Representative Tepler and other members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I did actually have different prepared remarks, but after hearing Senator Jackson, I wanted to respond to a few things. And I hear his concerns about unconstitutionality, but I would say, just as a citizen, and I'm actually in my 4th semester of law school now, so I'm starting to understand a little bit of separation of powers, but it does seem to me that the legislature is elected by the people and should speak. And this is an issue that is such a societal good. I almost want to use the term bipartisan, but really it's nonpartisan. As a retired cardiothoracic surgeon, I saw for 2 decades how people suffer at the risk of not being able to get their medications because of prices. And I think the legislature has an opportunity to act here in a way that's very fundamental. It seems to me to be basic common sense to most Americans that you shouldn't pay one price when somebody else is being offered a much better price. That's just common sense. And I would also want to say something specific to Representative Brooks, who spoke particularly about insulin. And I want to draw her attention. The sponsor of this bill, Dr. Glaxton, heads another committee where he heard testimony on a bill I had suggested that Senator Stewart, one of your colleagues, propose about generic or funding for the production of generic insulin. So I want to call all the legislators to the attention of 1729, which in a lot of ways is not a companion bill per se, but is very much sharing in the spirit of this bill presented by Dr. Brooks. And as I said, I think it's just common sense. So I know there are a lot of people willing to talk right now, and I'll let them talk, but I really hope that you consider moving this bill forward in some capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarado. Are there any questions from the committee for Dr. Alvarado? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony and your brevity. And next we'll hear from Paul Armstrong.
He's on his way as well. I think the wormhole seems slow today.
The wormhole is slow. I see his face though, and hopefully he will unmute and turn on his camera and join us. Are you there, Mr. Armstrong? Yes, there you are.
Yes, good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Commission on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1636. Again, my name is Paul Armstrong. I'm the volunteer advocate lead for AARP Maine. I live in Palermo and Waldo County. Back in 2019, Maine passed then Bill LD 1272, an act to increase access to low-cost prescription drugs sponsored by Senator Jackson. Item 1, Chapter 167 of the same was the wholesale prescription drug importation program. To the best of my knowledge, an application for a waiver was submitted to the federal DHS, and here 3 years later still hasn't been acted upon. If the program cannot be instituted as enacted, then Mainers have to take an alternative action to reach these results, and this bill would be one of those alternative approaches. Mainers and the rest of the USA are paying about the highest prices globally for medications. A good portion of our state is bordered by a country that pays a fraction of the price than we do. If, as Big Pharma implies, the majority of the added costs are for research and development, why aren't other global consumers helping fund that? By passing LD 1636, Maine has an opportunity to fulfill the will of the people of Maine, become one of the first in the nation to stand up for fair RX pricing, and help not only Maine's older citizens, but all Mainers to affordably obtain the medications they need. On behalf of AARP Maine's 200,000 plus members, I ask you to vote in support of this bill, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Armstrong. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Armstrong? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And we will call Mr. Bucchiantini to testify. Also from AARP. Welcome, Mr. Bucchiantini. Your wormhole is a little faster.
It's coming. It's like, there we are.
Yes.
I'd like to commend you on my name pronunciation. Well done.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance and Financial Services. I am Carl Bucentini. I am the volunteer state president for AARP Maine. And on behalf of our over 200,000 members statewide, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share testimony in support of LD 1636. It seems that we're all paying more for nearly everything today. As inflation reaches its highest point in 40 years, more and more Mainers are feeling a tight squeeze on their budget. However, prescription drug price increases have dwarfed even the highest rates of inflation for years. If consumer prices had risen as fast as drug prices for the past 15 years, gas would now cost $12.20 a gallon, and milk could be around $13 a gallon. For many Mainers, the problem of inflation is only made worse by the ever-increasing price of prescription drugs. The fact is, Americans cannot afford to pay 3 times what people in other countries pay for the same drugs. One of our members, whose testimony you have in your file, Janice from Vassalboro, shares that in order to treat a detached retina, she was given the choice to either pay for a prescription drug that cost $100,000 or a second drug with an out-of-pocket cost of $120 a month. To pay for the monthly costs, Janice and her husband refinanced their home and extended the term of their mortgage from 15 years to 30 years. That's just not right. Drug prices in other countries are often many times lower than the United States. LD 1636 uses the price paid for certain drugs in Canada to establish an upper payment limit for those drugs. This bill has been thoughtfully written to withstand constitutional challenges, and it ensures that savings are passed on directly to consumers. No one should have to choose between paying for the groceries and paying for the prescription drugs to keep them healthy and out of the hospital. I thank you for your attention and urge you to support LD 1636.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bucantini. Is there anyone in the, I'm sorry, are there any committee members who have a question for Mr. Bucantini? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And
Thank you very much.
Next, we will invite Sabrina Fuhrer of Old Town. Yeah. The wormhole's a little slow today, but it's not much slower than people getting up to the podium used to be. Yes, Ms. Fuhrer, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Sanborn and Templer, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. Some of you have heard my story before, but for those who haven't, my name is Sabrina Fuhrer, and I'm from Old Town. I'm a mother, sister, daughter, and a former frontline COVID-19 screener. I have personally felt the impact of high drug prices in each one of these roles. When my youngest son was 18 months old, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. In order to survive, he relies on Humalog insulin. Just a month's supply of his insulin is priced at $649.99. Thankfully, he's on main care for now, but I live in constant fear of what would happen if he were to lose that coverage. My brother is also diabetic. I watched my parents struggle over the years to pay for his medications. At times, they were even forced to choose between buying groceries and covering his insulin. Due to the high cost, my brother has had to change which kind of insulin he takes, sometimes even resorting to rationing it to make the vials last longer. Nobody should have to make the choices like this. When my father became seriously ill, doctors told us that he needed dialysis and numerous medications to survive. When my dad ultimately made the decision to not seek these treatments, I knew a large part of his reason was that he did not want the family to have one more medical cost to think about. I've seen other families struggling under the high cost of prescription drugs in my former work as a COVID-19 response frontline worker. Each day I would go to work hoping to make the lives of my patients a little easier as they struggle with their own health issues. And every day, I watched his patients worried about how they could afford their next fill at the pharmacy counter instead of focusing on their recovery. Unfortunately, my story is not unique. Patients in America pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere else in the world. In Canada, a vial of my son's insulin cost less than $50. If I could obtain that price, I would save hundreds of dollars a month and have so much peace of mind. Bringing prices for Mainers in line with what Canada pays would provide relief to so many families like mine who are struggling to make ends meet. We need change. I urge you to support LD 1636 to protect my family, my patients, and fellow Mainers from the burden of high drug prices. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your heartfelt testimony, Ms. Fuhrer. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Fuhrer? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. And next, I will call the Honorable Jeff Gratwick. Dr. Gratwick, are you there? Yes, you are. Please unmute yourself and welcome. If this was a in-person session, we'd require a treat from you right now. So welcome back to HCIFS.
I do have a treat right in the icebox waiting for you all to come here. So it is a very slow collection. Well, good morning, Representative Tepler and esteemed members of my favorite committee in the legislature. I'm Jeff Gratwick, a retired doctor. I live in Bangor. I'm speaking in favor of LD 1636. I learned about this bill from a full-page ad the Bangor I have right here, maybe backward, I'm not sure. This ad cost $6,300. It occurred last Thursday. If Big Pharma has this much money to waste on trying to manipulate our opinion and public opinion, something is very, very wrong. I hope that when a pharma representative testifies, you'll ask them how much they've spent in total on their campaign here. They are obviously not spending money on research as they claim. I'm going to focus my remarks on this ad because I think it's so emblematic of the ills of Big Pharma. It's totally outrageous. It reminds me of that line from Hamlet, which I think we probably all remember, quote, "Methinks thou dost protest too much." I'm
sorry, Dr. Gratwick, I'm sorry, we don't allow any kind of physical evidence to be presented. So could you put the paper away? Thank you. You can talk about it to your heart's content, but I'm not, I'm sorry, I should have stopped you before. We're not supposed to allow that kind of thing.
I know those rules and regulations, but I have to say that I was upset. But at any rate, excessive protesting makes me look more deeply at the protester. There are three falsehoods in the message that occurred in the Bangor Daily News, and they're insulting to our intelligence. We're not as stupid as Big Pharma thinks we are. The first is they say, don't let government get between patients and their medicines. American pharmaceuticals are good because our government makes companies adhere to strict standards of efficacy and safety. We have the FDA, we have rules and regulations, we have more. The ad puts down government, and government is you all here, and the government was me last year. I trust you more than I trust Big Pharma. I'm actually a fan of government. We're certainly not perfect, but we're pretty good, particularly in Maine here. Big Pharma's greed is getting between patients and their medicines, not the government. $6,300 for that piece of paper that I inappropriately put up. Number one. Number two, they said it could mean access to fewer medicines. This is flat out false and a scare tactic. It's based on an outdated concept. The development of new drugs depends on big drug firms. The pipeline has actually changed over the last 30 years, and discoveries are now made by many small laboratories. 60% of new treatment comes from small firms. Just a very brief personal story of a nephew of mine, professor at the Harvard Business School, had organized a class in January, last January, on the financing of new pharmaceuticals. And he had a very impressive roster, but the take-home message for me was that most money for basic research that underpins new medications comes from universities, NIH, from government, not from big established companies. There's a huge world of small biotech companies. And if you're a university professor or researcher, you get an idea, you form a small company, 9 out of 10 or 19 out of 20 fail, but the ones that make it big go big.
Please wrap it up, Senator, Dr. Gratwick.
Yeah, most comes from venture capital, not from big pharma. And so big pharma is actually fighting a lot of these new interventions. And finally, they say on their Protect Maine cures that we would not have the COVID vaccine. This is absolutely wrong. As my favorite person in the COVID vaccine is this Dr. Catherine Carico, this
Wrap it up, please, Senator Gratwick. Dr. Gratwick.
This wonderful researcher from Turkey who did all the RNA research. Very impressive. So my conclusion is that you have to encourage new drugs. I think that's very important. Pay what you need. Second, high prices and profit margins for established drugs are a ripoff and are greedy. And third, I have even less trust in big pharma now than I had before because of ads like this. Apologies for it having taken too long. It's exciting to be back. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions from the committee for Dr. Gratwick? Yes, Representative Brooks, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Tepler and Honorable Dr. Gratwick. Good to see you again. And again, you had a story that really reflected your compassion and your compassionate art and medicine melding to me. I missed many of your floor speeches and your bills. I'll put those aside. But the story you've told in the past that really struck my heart was that you treated a patient very appropriately with the correct medicine, but you were conflicted about the financial difficulties that patient suffered as a result. And that really demonstrated your compassion to me. My question to you is, with the development, with research and development, to get to the heart of that question, is it possible for more than one researcher to develop something relatively simultaneously?
Representative Brooks, I'm not sure of the relevance of that question to this bill.
Maybe not. Okay.
Yeah. So, Dr. Gratwick, thank you, but I don't think an answer to that is relevant to our current concern unless you can think of a reason that it may be.
I would simply say that the new vaccines are a product of 30 years and multiple hundreds of people in laboratories. So many people have been doing variations on the same thing.
Thank you, Dr. Gratwick. Any other questions from the committee for Dr. Gratwick? Seeing none, it's nice to see you, sir, and we wish you well. Okay, and next up, I will call Ms. Kilrain Del Rio from Maine Equal Justice. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Kilrain Del Rio, and I'm the Advocacy and Programs Director for Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid provider working with low-income Mainers to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. Today, I am testifying in support of LD 1636. There's strong bipartisan support in Maine and across the country to bring down the cost of prescription drugs. Although the federal government has thus far fallen short in that aim, Maine lawmakers still have an opportunity to take the lead and address the unfair drug pricing that impacts so many of their constituents. I'm not going to read my testimony because others have shared many of the same points, But I will share that as an organization that works with people with low incomes, we know that people who struggle to make ends meet routinely choose to forego necessary prescription medications in order to keep a roof over their heads, food on the table, put gas in their tanks, and have heat during these bitter cold days. That challenge has worsened as rising costs have come about due to the pandemic and supply chain issues. And those same issues have reduced the options people have to save money in other parts of their prescriptions for multiple family members. So I spend more time at the pharmacy than most people. At least once a week, and often more frequently, I witness Mainers ask pharmacists to put back part of a prescription or try to figure out which medicine is more important because they can't afford all that they're supposed to take. Those decisions shouldn't be happening because of costs, and they shouldn't be happening at the prescription counter. They should be happening between people and their doctors. We know that the result is that people can't manage their health properly. Chronic conditions and other illnesses worsen, and that leads to poor health outcomes and higher healthcare costs for us all. It's heartbreaking and it's preventable. Protecting corporate profits is literally killing people. This bill seeks to do something about it. We appreciate Senator Claxton sponsoring this bill and appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of it today. We believe LD 1636 is an important step in bringing down healthcare and prescription drug costs in our state. I urge you to support it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Corain Del Rio? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and still working through my list of those who are speaking in favor of the bill. I will call Susan Kinney of Kennebec County. There she is. Welcome, Ms. Kinney. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. Hello, I am Susan Kinney of Kennebec County, and I'm here to testify on behalf of my family, including my daughter Marissa, who is now 24 years old, in support of LD 1636, an act to reduce prescription drug costs by using international pricing, which would address rising prescription drug and healthcare costs in Maine. I would like to explain the impact of the continued rising healthcare costs, in particular prescription drugs, on my family and our business. In 2015, my 17-year-old daughter Marissa was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. It is an inflammatory bowel disease that causes chronic inflammation in the gastrointestinal tract. I cannot even begin to express what an oversimplification this statement is. The disease is unpredictable and can spiral out of control quickly, leading to hospitalization. Over the years, we have struggled to access affordable coverage that would meet our healthcare needs and provide Marissa with the medication she needs to not only be healthy, but to thrive. The number of health insurance providers who will cover Remicade is extremely small. Keeping her healthy has not been easy, and we constantly worry what her future holds if she cannot access the medicine and care necessary. Currently, our family coverage costs us over $1,800 a month. The out-of-pocket max for our in-network service is $7,050 individual and $14,100 family. The out-of-network, out-of-pocket maximum is $21,150 individual, $42,300 family. This year, we were again forced to choose a different plan because our current one was no longer offered, raising our deductibles yet again. Marissa is currently taking Remicade, a prescription infusion treatment that costs about $5,900 every 8 weeks. This is on top of her other healthcare needs. Included in this cost is the medicine at $4,300 and the infusion center of $1,600. She is currently on the lowest dosage. If the medicine increases, so does the cost. Fortunately, the infusion clinic offers a prescription drug patient assistance program called Janssen Care Path, which is offered by Johnson & Johnson. While this program does cover the cost of the medication with a yearly limitation, it does not cover the facility costs until the deductible is met. Last year, I received a bill for 2 years' worth of infusion center costs. They would only allow me a year to pay it off. And I share this because normally I'm given 36 months to pay off her medical expenses. In addition to this, I currently have 7 different accounts that I am paying on for our family medical expenses, one of which will take 7 years to complete. Please note that this account is for Remicade and its administration expenses before we qualified for the Janssen Care Path. Her medical expenses are continual and they begin every January. Again, there is so much more I could say about all of this, but my time is limited. We can proudly say that our daughter graduated from the University of Maine, but she will need an amazing job with the generous medical benefits to continue with her disease treatments. With the ever rising cost of prescription drugs, insurance premiums, and deductibles, she will never be a self-employed business owner. We are fortunate that the medicine is working and realize we are not alone in our struggles. Therefore, I am asking that you please support LD 1636 and do what you can to address high prescription drug and healthcare costs in Maine. The growth of small business and retention of college graduates is important to the state, and for this to happen, the state must provide affordable medical coverage and prescription costs for individuals like Marissa to maintain a healthy, successful life.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful testimony, Ms. Kinney. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Kinney? Seeing none, we appreciate your being here, and we will next turn to, I'm sorry, I have to look at my list here, Hillary Koch of Waterville. Welcome, Ms. Koch.
Hi, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. My name is Hillary Koch and I live in Waterville. Many of you know me. I'm the parent of a child with type 1 diabetes. I'm also a former policy manager for the U.S. division of an international company where I worked on federal healthcare bills, 2 of which used international drug price referencing. A market that's allowed to artificially inflate prices rather than let market forces dictate prices is not capitalism, it's exploitation. Capitalism necessarily requires competition balancing the price point through supply and demand economic principles, none of which exist today in the insulin market. These are the words from Maine State Senator Trey Stewart a few weeks ago when he discussed the insulin manufacturers when he introduced LD 1729. And he's right. Pharmaceutical manufacturers have thrown out every trick in the book to stop competition and keep prices high. On December 20th, 2021, the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Oversight and Reform released a report detailing the findings of the pharmaceutical industry's pricing and business practices. Chairwoman Maloney's introductory letter summarizes the report. Quote, drug companies have raised prices relentlessly for decades while manipulating the patent system and other laws to delay competition from lower priced generics. She goes on to say something that many Americans might not know. These companies have specifically targeted the US markets for higher prices while cutting prices in other countries because of weaknesses in our healthcare system that have allowed them to get away with outrageous prices and anti-competitive conduct. The committee looked at many drug companies, and insulin manufacturers Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Sanofi were identified as avoiding competition by shifting patients to new drugs before generic competition for older products were released, adding conditions to PBM rebates that excluded competitor products on formularies, raising prices in lockstep with competitors known as shadow pricing to prevent competition, and abusing the patent system. The result, they've raised the price of insulin by over 1,200%, and 1 in 4 Americans ration their insulin because they can't afford it. Pharmaceutical manufacturers claim the prices must remain high for R&D. But the oversight report revealed that all the companies investigated had executive bonuses tied to revenue targets, and many had compensation structures that incentivized and rewarded executives when drug-specific revenue targets were met. Indeed, some manufacturers wouldn't have met their targets without raising their prices. Now, much of innovation funding actually comes from taxpayers. The National Institutes of Health has invested billions of dollars in drug development in partnership with manufacturers. And a recent study indicated that American tax dollars helped fund every new pharmaceutical drug in the last decade. And recent federal disclosures also revealed that Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk increased their lobbying spending last year. This is true for a lot of pharmaceutical manufacturers. Now, Mainers haven't seen a return on their investment. Indeed, Waterville resident Nick Baldock died because he couldn't afford his insulin. Waterville residents Annie and Paul Thompson were featured in the news because they drive to Canada every 3 months to buy insulin, despite the fact that they have health insurance. Why?
Please wrap it up, Ms. Koch. Thank you.
Yep, because Humalog insulin, which costs about $5 to manufacturers, sells for $300 here, but $35 in Canada. How do we fix it? Senator Stewart suggested that we lead, follow our state motto, and I agree. LD 1636 does just that, and I urge you to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Koch. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Koch? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony and hope you will submit it in writing with all those facts and figures.
I will, and I'll link all of those extra stats and articles and reports for you.
Thank you. And next, I will turn to Elizabeth Martin from AARP. Well, she's from Biddeford, but she's an AARP member. Welcome, Ms. Martin. Please turn on your camera and unmute if you can.
All right, I'm trying to get on here.
Well,
Sorry
we
for
can
the
hear you
delay.
now. So if you can't find your camera, that's all right. If you'd like to just present your testimony orally.
Okay. Here I am. Okay. Video.
Ms. Martin, please just go ahead and present your testimony
Will
orally.
do. Good morning, everyone. Chairs Sanborn and Tepler and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services. My name is Betsy Martin. I am from Biddeford. I'm a volunteer with AARP, and today I am testifying in support of LD 1636. Mainers face many barriers to affordable care, especially to affordable prescription drugs. It isn't right that Americans have to pay the highest prices in the world for medicines they need. I unfortunately know this experience firsthand for the prescriptions I need as a consumer and also as a healthcare provider. When I was still working as a community health nurse, I developed atrial fibrillation. Cause of that was unknown. At the time, I had insurance through work, which covered most of the costs of my prescriptions. Then I retired, my health insurance changed, and the cost of most of the medications I was prescribed was maybe $10 to $20. However, I am taking Eliquis. It is a drug that will lower the chance of stroke in people with atrial fibrillation. I've been taking this medication since 2017, and now I pay up to $500 for a 3-month supply of Eliquis. In search of more affordable options, I have called my supplemental insurance providers, manufacturer advocate groups, anyone who I thought may be able to help find affordable options, but I couldn't find any relief. I'm still taking this medication and have brought up the cost concern with my cardiologist, who still feels this medication is the best option for me. I am very lucky I can afford this medication, but I need to anticipate that cost and plan my spending around that expense, as anyone would be forced to do. I only became aware of the high cost of this drug when my insurance changed, but the truth is manufacturers are setting prices extremely high. Those who have insurance that can cover these prescriptions are lucky, but the initial price is too steep and we all end up paying for it in some way through rising premiums or higher deductibles. Before I retired as a community health nurse, I was also familiar with the experience of patients not being able to afford the medications they needed. I would work with patients who would say, I am not taking that drug because I can't afford it. Then some of these people would be hospitalized later with a more serious condition that arose from not having access to their needed prescriptions. Too many of my patients dealt with this. It will take many reforms to address the unaffordable cost of prescription drugs, but I'm asking you to support LD 1636 to help Maine take a step in the right direction to rein in those outrageous costs. Too many people are making tough decisions between paying for food or utilities and other necessities or for their prescriptions. I respectfully ask for your support on LD 1636.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Seeing no questions from the committee, Ms. Martin, we appreciate your being here. And we will next turn to James Mile of the Maine Center for Economic Policy.
I'm not seeing him in the attendee list
Okay,
at the
well,
moment.
did he submit? I saw him earlier, so I don't know if he's having internet difficulty, but we'll keep our eye out and perhaps he will return. Looking to see if he submitted written testimony. Yes, he did. So James Mile did submit written testimony, so I'll just reference that for the committee. And next we have Lee Purvis of AARP speaking in favor of the bill. Welcome, Ms. Purvis. Please
Thank
go
you very
ahead.
much. Good morning, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. My name is Lee Purvis, and I'm the Director of Healthcare Costs and Access in AARP's Public Policy Institute, where I'm responsible for AARP policy around prescription drug issues. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1636, which would allow Maine to use international reference pricing for prescription drugs. We applaud Senator Claxton for championing this critical legislation and strongly believe that it takes a major step forward in beginning to address skyrocketing prescription drug prices in Maine. High prescription drug prices hit older Americans particularly hard. On average, Medicare Part D enrollees take between 4 and 5 prescriptions per month, often for chronic conditions that will require treatment for the rest of their lives. At the same time, Medicare beneficiaries have a median annual income of just under $30,000. 1/4 have less than $8,500 in savings. Too many are facing the very real possibility of having to choose between their medication and other basic needs, such as food or housing. Unfortunately, there is no sign that prescription drug prices will become any less outrageous in the future. AARP's latest RX Price Watch report found that the average cost for a single specialty prescription drug has now reached over $84,000 per year. This cost is almost $20,000 higher than the median US household income and nearly 3 times the median income for Medicare beneficiaries. In other words, we are now facing prescription drug prices that greatly exceed what many people make in a year. Meanwhile, research has consistently demonstrated that people in other industrialized countries are paying considerably less for the exact same brand prescription drugs. For example, a recent report found that on average, a brand name pill that costs $10 in the US would cost about $3.50 in Canada. There is no justifiable reason for such price differences. Using other countries' lower prescription drug prices to set upper payment limits for drugs purchased in Maine will help ensure that Mainers no longer have to pay among the highest drug prices in the world and will lead to substantial state savings. This approach is under consideration in a growing number of states and was also embraced by the Trump administration as a way to reduce spending under the Medicare program. The idea behind international reference pricing is also very popular with the public. According to a recent poll commissioned by AARP, 77% of older Americans support preventing drug companies from charging more for drugs in the US than they do in other countries, with little variation across political parties. And as we always like to point out, there are very few things that the public agrees on these days. There is also no reason to believe that international reference pricing will negatively impact research and development. As you've already heard, most of the important new drugs over the past 60 years were developed with the aid of public sector research that will not be affected by this legislation. Further, evidence indicates that leading drug companies spend more on stock buybacks, dividends, and executive compensation than they do on research and development. International reference pricing could help save Maine millions of dollars. More importantly, it will help ensure that all patients have affordable access to the drugs that they need. Thank you again to Senator Claxton for your leadership in sponsoring this important legislation. AARP is committed to working with you and the members of the committee to see LD 1636 enacted. Thank you again for having me, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Purvis. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Purvis? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Next up on my list is Pat Redd of Cape Elizabeth. However, I am not seeing her in the attendee list.
I don't see her also.
Okay, so we'll assume that she couldn't be here, and we'll move on to Ann Wollison of the Consumers for Affordable Health Care. Welcome, Ms. Wollison.
Good morning, members of the committee. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, Representative Kepler, and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Ann Willison, Executive Director of Consumers for Affordable Health Care. Consumers for Affordable Health Care is a Maine-based, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with the mission to improve access to affordable quality health care for all people living in Maine. Consumers for Affordable Health Care maintains a helpline where we get calls every day from people who need help understanding their health coverage options or their health care options if they are uninsured. We often hear from people who have difficulties accessing the prescription drugs that they need. In fact, a survey of Maine people from last fall revealed that nearly 1 in 3 adults in Maine skipped a dose of medicine, cut a pill in half, or didn't fill the prescription they needed because of cost. And that 3 out of 4 Mainers are worried about being able to afford prescription drugs. The Maine Health Data Organization just last week released new data that shows that Mainers spend over $170 million more last year on 25 drugs with the highest cost increases over the previous year. And I give a couple of examples in my testimony. One being Eliquis, used to prevent blood clots from forming due to atrial fibrillation, or that is often prescribed after a knee or hip surgery. Mainers paid over $17 million more for that drug last year than they did the previous year. The unit cost for Eliquis in Quebec is $1.17 compared to $7.53 in the United States. So in other words, we're paying 643% more for that drug than people in Quebec are paying. Again, we have a helpline. I give examples of 3 people who recently reached out to us who described their very sad stories about their concerns about the cost of prescription drugs. I hope you will read through them. Barbara, who lives in Aroostook County, recently went to the hospital, was given 4 antibiotic pills that her insurance is refusing to pay for. And now she's being sent into collections for $3,000 to pay for those because she's unable to pay for those pills. Another gentleman in Penobscot County who has a gross income of less than $30,000 a year, struggling to make ends meet. And while he has health coverage, he struggles to pay his copayment every month for his health coverage. And he's really worried about if something happens to his car or his furnace needs to be replaced, that he won't be able to get the insulin that he needs. These are just a few examples. In my testimony, I include a chart provided to the Bureau of Insurance by one of our carriers, our health insurance carriers, where it shows that prescription drug inflation accounts for a major portion of rate increases. So in other words, health insurance purchasers are paying more because of rising health prescription drug costs in Maine. And again, you've heard it already. We know people in Canada are paying less for the drugs they need. And I hope that this bill can be used to shed more light on why that is and how Maine can help make prescription drugs more affordable for people living in our state. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and others this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Willison. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Willison?
Thank you.
Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. And that wraps up my list of those testifying in favor of the bill. I have quite a few people who are speaking neither for nor against the bill, as well as a fair number speaking against the bill, which will come first. Is there anyone else in the attendee list who would like to testify in favor of the bill? Seeing no little electronic hands go up, I'll turn to those who are speaking against the bill. And first, I will invite Superintendent Chapa of the Bureau of Insurance to present his testimony.
If he could raise his hand, I think he might be one of our two Ben Yardleys. So I want to make sure I'm bringing over the right person.
Yes, I see that.
Thank
Maybe
you.
just
Okay.
bring them both over and we'll see what happens.
Right. Should be coming now. Thank you.
Mhm. Yes, welcome, Superintendent.
Good morning, Representative Kepler and members of the committee. I am Superintendent of Insurance Eric Chapa, and I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 1636. This bill would require the state employee health plan to identify its 250 most costly prescription drugs and to submit that list to the Bureau of Insurance. The Bureau would then designate 250 reference drugs and establish a reference rate for each of those drugs based on the prices paid for those drugs in Canada. The final list of the reference drugs might involve changes to the list originally supplied by the state employee health plan based on an analysis of the expected savings from the reference pricing for each drug conducted by the Bureau in consultation with the state employee health plan and the president of the Board of Pharmacy. The reference rate would be the lesser of the U.S. wholesale acquisition costs as determined under federal law, the lowest cost paid by any of the four designated Canadian provincial governments, or alternatively, the Canadian federal ceiling price, if the necessary provincial data is unavailable. Savings must be used to reduce costs to consumers. The bill would make it unlawful for health insurance carriers to pay more than the reference rate for a reference drug, subject to a fine of $1,000 per transaction. The same prohibition and penalty would apply to any state agency except MaineCare that pays a health care cost, to any self-insured ERISA plan that chooses to participate in the reference pricing program, and to any licensed retail pharmacy that buys drugs for sale or distribution to anyone covered by a health plan or program subject to a reference pricing. The bill would also prohibit manufacturers and distributors from reference pricing from withdrawing them from sale or distribution in Maine to avoid the effect of reference pricing, or from withdrawing them for any reason without giving 100 days advance notice. The Bureau is required to level a $500,000 fine for any violation. We can all agree that the high cost of prescription drugs is a serious problem, especially when we see lower prices being paid for the same drugs just across the border. It's frustrating that Congress has not been able to take effective action. However, in spite of that, we have concerns with both the constitutionality of the bill and whether it will solve the problem of high drug prices. The prohibition against withdrawing a drug from sale to avoid reference pricing might be attacked on the grounds that it is a violation of the manufacturers' and distributors' protected liberty and property interests, taking without just compensation, and unlawful state regulation of interstate commerce, and a boycott prohibited by federal antitrust laws. Again, I'm not here to make the argument to protect the drug manufacturers. I'm just, these are serious concerns my attorneys have. But here's a serious concern. The reference pricing requirement also applies only to the purchaser of drugs, not to the sellers. This raises the question of whether penalizing the victims of the drug industry's pricing practices is fair. This is particularly unfair if a reference drug is necessary for the plan to meet the healthcare needs of a plan participant. Coverage for that drug could even be mandated by state and federal law, but the bill could produce a situation where nobody is willing to sell a drug at a price a carrier state agency is permitted to pay. Lastly, the bill would have a significant financial fiscal impact on the Bureau of Insurance. We do not currently have the expertise or staff to conduct the required studies and compile the annual listing of reference rates. Thank you. I'd be now glad to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any questions from the committee for Superintendent Chapa? Representative Brooks, is your hand up? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Tepler. I had the similar question that I asked towards the beginning. I'd be interested in the work session for ways to make the bill better, to come to find some solution to not have the legal challenges, but to make progress towards the goal
Okay,
of lowering drug costs.
I'll consult with my staff and we'll see what we can come up with.
Thank you, Superintendent. That would be very useful for the work session. Thank you. Okay, we appreciate your testimony, Superintendent Chapa. And next we turn to speaking against the bill, Nick Doherty of Pharma.
I just want to check my in through the wormhole.
Yes, Mr. Doherty, we can see you and hear you. Please proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you. So good morning, members of the committee. My name's Nick Doherty. I'm the Director of Policy at Pharma for the New England region, located down in Boston. Pharma represents the country's leading innovative biopharmaceutical research companies. Since 2000, Pharma members have invested more than $1 trillion in the search for new treatments and cures, including an estimated $91.1 billion in 2020 alone. I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 1636. We did submit a very detailed statement to the committee that provides a greater overview of our concerns. For the sake of time, I'm going to address just a few of those issues here. We completely agree with all the patients need concrete reforms that will help lower the price they pay for medicine at the pharmacy counter. Some of those ideas are to make monthly costs more predictable, make cost-sharing assistance count towards their out-of-pocket spending requirements, and share the negotiated savings on medicines with patients. But this bill does not address those issues. Instead, the bill proposes to arbitrarily cap drug prices based on a Canadian system that is not comparable to the US nor Maine, and fails to recognize the complexity of the supply chain to the detriment of a patient's access to life-saving drugs. This is because the bill prevents insurers and pharmacies from purchasing certain medicines that exceed a government set price. In this case, the government is deciding that a medicine's price cannot exceed the lowest price in Canada. So if a payer cannot obtain a therapy at the state prescribed price, and or if a pharmacy or dispensing provider cannot stock the drug because it cannot meet the state prescribed price, then the medicine will not be available to patients. This is problematic because American patients have faster access to more medicines than patients anywhere else in the world, and doctors and patients work together to decide which medicine is right for them. In countries that use international reference pricing and other government price controls, patients access fewer new medicines and face long treatment delays. Nearly 90% of new medicines launched since 2011 are available in the US, compared to just 46% in Canada. 96% of cancer drugs are available in the US within 2 months of coming to the market, compared to just 59% in Canada within 14 months. And it's not just cancer drugs that result in longer waiting periods. On average, patients must wait at least 15 months longer in Canada. Now, not only do Canadians access drugs later, but Canada utilizes cost-effective analyses that rely on quality adjusted life year thresholds, or QALYs. Developed from population averages, QALYs ignore variabilities in patients' individual needs and are acknowledged by experts to discriminate against people with disabilities by placing a lower value on their lives. Again, by taking this approach, the legislature could be reducing the availability of life-saving therapies to patients in the state in a timely fashion by relying on the decisions of politicians in other countries. For these reasons, we ask legislators to reject LD 1636 and would be happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Doherty? Yes, Representative Bleier, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Doherty, for being here. The question I have is, how many different pharmaceutical companies, we've talked a lot about insulin today, how many different companies manufacture insulin?
So pharma represents 3 manufacturers of insulin. So that's what I can speak to here.
Are there, would you know how many, beyond the 3 that you represent, produce insulin?
I'm sorry, you broke up there at the end.
I'm sorry. Do you know, above and beyond the 3 that you represent, how many more would produce insulin?
We can track that number down for you.
You're muted.
And you'd like to have that number for the work session, Representative Bleier?
Yes, I would. That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Representative Evans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here with us today, Mr. Doherty. I have a couple of questions. One is the companies that the pharmaceutical companies that you represent, do they own any generic smaller companies? And if so, how many?
So I can't speak to exactly the generics. It's producing the drugs. So 91% of the market are generic drugs. The other 9 are brand drugs. Some of the companies produce both, whereas some are just exclusively brand.
And what relationship does the larger pharmaceutical companies have with those smaller generic companies when it comes to research and development?
Speaking generally, we try to avoid antitrust issues to getting into specific relationships that companies have with another company. So I would have trouble differentiating between the two, and that's not trying to dance around the question. It's just it's complicated due to antitrust issues of trying to determine business decisions by companies that are within the trade or association.
And I guess my next question would be, do you have any estimate as to how much funding from the taxpayers do large pharmaceutical companies get?
No, I know that's been a question it's certainly, or not a question, but a comment that's been made frequently throughout the testimony earlier. So biopharmaceutical companies are largely responsible for developing new medicines. They spend nearly 3 times more on research than the federally run National Institute of Health every year. But you make a great point. While the government does fund important basic research, so do the biopharmaceutical companies. And they often are laying the groundwork for development in medical science. And I just would point out, additionally, the federal government cannot research and develop and manufacture vaccines similar to what we saw with COVID-19 and new treatments without the resource and the scientific expertise that the private sector biopharmaceutical companies provide.
So I guess my point is there is a symbiosis between the federal taxpayers and the pharmaceutical companies.
There certainly is a relationship. These companies do work with NIH, but these companies spend 3 times more in developing these new medicines.
Now, my last question, I've done a lot of research on this as well. A lot of the generic companies do their own research and development only to have that result bought out by the larger pharmaceutical companies.
I'm not quite sure the question here.
Representative Evans?
Pardon?
Is that a question?
Yes, that's a question.
Perhaps you could rephrase the question. I'm not quite sure.
The question is, a lot of small generic companies do the initial research and development, not the larger companies. Subsequent to that, the larger companies then buy out the R&D from those smaller companies.
Is that correct?
Again, I would have to get back to you on that answer. Traditionally, or generic, a drug becomes a generic after the patent expires. So I would have to follow back up with you on that.
Mr. Doherty, I think what Representative Evans is asking for the work session from you is some kind of chart or explanation of the relationship between the companies that are in the pharma organization and the generic manufacturers that they have direct corporate relationships with.
Okay. Let's see if we can track that down for the work session. Thank you, Representative Tepler.
Is that what you were looking for?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty.
And Representative Matheson, you have a question for Mr. Doherty?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, 2 questions and maybe a comment. Your testimony, you said you had written testimony. I don't see it. Did you send that in a little bit later? Because I'd really like to see your stats that you quoted.
It's on the page right now. I can see it.
Oh, is it? Okay, then I'm missing.
I see it as well. Perhaps you can refresh your page, Representative Matheson.
And I just wanted to clarify, it seems that the argument is that drugs will not be available as quickly if this moves forward in the United States versus Canada. You were giving a lot of stats in comparison to when medications were available. Is that correct? Is that one of your primary arguments against this
Correct.
bill?
And we can make that information available as well to the committee ahead of the work session if it's helpful.
That would be really helpful, because I think that regardless of availability, I think that the issue is affordability as well. So I'd really like to have more information on that availability.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, any other questions from the committee for Mr. Doherty? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And next up, testifying against the bill is Mark Gallagher of Kennebunk.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Representative Tepler, distinguished members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Mark Gallagher. I do live in Kennebunk. I am also a consultant at Drummond Woodsum Strategic Consulting, and I'm here today on behalf of the Biotechnology Innovation Organization, more commonly known as BIO. I will be brief in my testimony this morning. The Biotechnology Innovation Organization respectfully opposes LD 1636, which would import Canadian price controls on medications in the United States. BIO is the world's largest trade association representing biotechnology companies, academic institutions, state biotechnology centers, and related organizations across the United States, and in more than 30 other nations. Bio members are involved in the research and development of innovative healthcare, agricultural, industrial, and environmental biotechnology products. Government price controls like those proposed by this bill are an especially drastic action with unpredictable consequences. While the intent of this bill is to lower drug prices, we fear that LD 1636 will fail to bring down costs for consumers or institutions and instead disincentivize development of new therapeutic breakthroughs. We have submitted more detailed testimony, and I'm here to certainly try to answer any questions. We will also make sure that Ben Chandhawk from Bio, who represents this area nationally, would be available for the work session on this legislation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher, I guess I would like to hear if the bio industry is opposed to government price controls, what is their solution for the issue of drug affordability for the people of Maine?
I can certainly, as a follow-up, I'll make sure that Mr. Chandhawk and I both come up with a detailed kind of explanation of what our solution would be, and provide that for the work session.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
No, thank you, Representative Tepler, for the question.
Okay, seeing no other raised hands in the committee, I will turn to, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my list here to find who is speaking against next. And I believe it's Mr. Hollemeyer from PCMA.
Good morning, Chair Tepler and members of the committee. Sam Hollemeyer here. Chair Tepler, I did update the testimony submission to change our position to neither for nor against. Would you still like me to go, or do you want me to wait for now?
No, I wondered, you're in my list both ways. So
My
I will call
apologies.
you back when it's time for neither for nor against testimony. Thank you for being upfront.
Thank you, Chair Tepler.
Okay, let's see who else is speaking against the bill. Well, my understanding is Ms. Ossenfort, no, she's here. Ms. Ossenfort is next, representing Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Welcome, Ms. Ossenfort.
Thank you, Representative Tepler and members of the committee.
Oops, you're frozen, Ms. Ossenfort. Hopefully you'll be. We didn't hear you, so please go ahead now. Hopefully it'll be
Is that better?
Yes, for now.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Ms. Ossenfort, I'm going to suggest you turn off your video and present your testimony without it.
There.
That will
Is that better?
Hopefully, we'll find out.
All right, we'll try it now. I did receive a message that it was unstable. So if worse comes to worse, I can call in or submit written testimony. But
for now, you're okay, I think.
I'm Christine Ossenfort, Government Relations Director for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and I am testifying in opposition to LD 1636.
Uh-oh.
But I would echo the
Ms. Ossenfort, you're blinking in and out, I'm afraid. I think.
Would you like me to call in, Representative?
If you can do that, that would probably be a good plan at this point because, yes, your internet does seem to be quite unstable. Hopefully we'll get to work on that. Yes, please call in Christine, Ms. Ossenfort.
Yes, thank you. I will disconnect and call back in.
Thank you. And while we're waiting for Ms. Ostenfort to call back in, we will hear from Nolan Reichel from Washington, D.C. against the bill.
Good morning, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. Can you see and hear me?
We can, thank you.
Let me say at the outset, when I registered to provide my testimony, I made a mistake. I reside in Cape Elizabeth. The organization that I am representing here today, PhRMA, has its headquarters in Washington, D.C. So my apologies for how I filled out the form, but I am here on behalf of PhRMA. I am Nolan Reichel. I'm a litigation partner at Pierce Atwood. I specialize in commercial litigation, administrative law, and appellate litigation, and I'm appearing before you today in opposition to LD 1636 because of the legislation's constitutional defects and the likelihood a federal court would find it unconstitutional. First, LD 1636 violates the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution by seeking to alter the economic risk-reward balance struck by federal patent law. Federal patent law preempts LD 1636 because the legislation seeks to diminish the return pharmaceutical manufacturers can earn with respect to drugs that are on patent, and does so in a way that strikes a fundamentally different economic balance than is determined by federal patent law. The Federal Circuit's 2018 decision in Biotechnology Industry Organization versus District of Columbia relied on precisely this reasoning to strike down a DC law that imposed a reference pricing scheme. Second, LD 1636 impermissibly regulates outside of Maine's borders. The bill seeks to penalize drug manufacturers with respect to transactions that occur outside the state. And it also seeks to compel out-of-state manufacturers to send their products into Maine, even if they do not wish to do so. This is no different than if Massachusetts passed a law requiring those in the Maine lobster industry to ship their products to Massachusetts against their will. The United States Constitution forbids states from regulating outside of their borders in these respects. Third, LD 1636 impermissibly interferes with United States-Canadian trade relationships by pegging Maine drug prices to Canadian prices. The statute creates a disincentive for U.S. pharmaceutical manufacturers to ship drugs to Maine because upon doing so, to ship drugs to Canada because upon doing so, those drugs can serve as a reference price under the statute. In the absence of such a shipment, there can be no reference price. By creating a disincentive for shipments of drugs to Canada, LD 1636 conflicts with trade deals struck between the United States and Canada, specifically concerning the trade in pharmaceuticals. That sort of conflict violates the Constitution's commitment of authority over foreign affairs to the federal government. In short, individual states are not free to enact their own foreign policy and their own international trade regulation. Finally, previous individuals who have testified have pointed to a 2020 Supreme Court case concerning ERISA preemption, but that case does not address any of the constitutional concerns or defects that I've identified here today, and it does not satisfy or address those concerns. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Mr. Reichel. Any questions from the committee regarding Mr. Reichel's testimony? Yes, Representative Evans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reichel, you mentioned the fact that the law, this bill, the way that it's written, is unconstitutional. That's your interpretation. Am I correct?
Correct. That's my reading of the bill against existing constitutional law and precedent.
So that also means that there are potential judicial references that can be made on behalf of the law, on behalf of this bill.
Well, most legal issues have multiple sides to them, but I think that my analysis here is correct, and I think a federal court is likely to strike the bill down.
Okay, so I'm having a hard time reconciling the issue of whether something is constitutional or unconstitutional based on hearing one side. But I understand your position, but I want you to also understand my position.
Representative Evans, now is not the time probably to explain your position. But if you have a question, please go ahead. We'd be happy to have your opinion discussed at the work session.
The question is, do you see the position of the state of Maine and the people having to pay high costs for their drugs as a potential or an obvious peril to the overall safety and healthcare of the people of the state?
So, Representative, I would put that in the bucket of a policy concern. And my purpose and goal here today, along with the written testimony that I've submitted, is simply to provide a legal analysis of the constitutionality of the means by which this committee and the drafters of this bill may attempt to address those concerns. So the ends are could be put to Mr. Doherty or others who have testified. My goal here today is to address the legal means by which you're trying to solve these problems. And my view, based on my reading of the law, is that the means used in this legislation would be found unconstitutional.
I thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Evans. And now Representative Matheson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering, thank you so much for being with us and for your legal analysis. I'm just wondering if you had some suggestions for the language so that it would not be unconstitutional.
I think that's, I appreciate the question, Representative. I think it's a difficult question to answer because I candidly think that the entire sort of foundation and framework of the bill is constitutionally suspect. So for instance, I'm not sure how the bill can operate without the mandate that out-of-state manufacturers be compelled under penalty of law to send their products into Maine. And that is a building block on which I don't think any legislation can rest. The state of Maine cannot compel persons outside of its jurisdiction to send products into the state at a particular price or any price. Those individuals are outside of the state's jurisdiction, and the state doesn't have the constitutional authority under the federalist structure of our country to compel them to do that. So that's a building block of the bill that I don't think can stand. And so obviously, if there was going to be a complete wholesale rewrite of every aspect of the bill, then I could provide a different analysis of it. But there's myriad ways in which one could start from scratch to address these problems. And in my view, the ways that have been adopted here are not permissible.
Okay. Follow-up, Representative Matheson, or are you all set? Okay, you're all set. Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Reichel? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And we will look to see if Ms. Ossenfort can join us by telephone.
bringing her over.
Thank you. Ms. Ossenfort, if you want to unmute, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted and we can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. And my apologies for the internet difficulties. My name is Christine Ossenfort. I am the Government Relations Director for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and I appear before the committee this morning to testify in opposition to LD 1636. We are not taking a position on efforts by the state to leverage international pricing or the constitutionality of the legislation before you. Our concerns echo some of those expressed by Superintendent Chapa, and that is with the approach that is taken in the bill. It makes it illegal for a health plan to pay more than the reference price for a drug. And if we do so, we are subject to fine for violating the law. But it doesn't prohibit manufacturers from charging more than the reference price. So it puts us in a somewhat untenable position, because what happens when we cannot pay the reference price, the drug's not available for that price, but we are required to provide it for our members? Are we forced into violating the statute? Or do we have to tell the member that they can't have that drug? So with that, those are the essence of our concerns. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I will also be present at your work session.
Thank you for your brevity, Ms. Ossenfort, and clarity. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Ossenfort? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, and I believe I have no one else on my list testifying against the bill. Is there anyone in the meeting who would like to testify against the bill who's not on my list? Okay, seeing no hands raised, I will turn to those testifying neither for nor against the bill. And first on my list is Mr. Alan Cobo-Lewis of the Center for Community Inclusion and Disability Studies. Welcome, Mr. Cobo-Lewis. You are here. We can see you and it looks like you're unmuted, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Alan Cobo-Lewis. I'm Director of the Center for Community Inclusion and Disability Studies at UMaine, a federally funded university center for excellence in developmental disabilities, consistent with responsibilities under the Federal Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act and UMaine System Board of Trustees policies referenced in my testimony. I'm speaking for myself in the center, but not for the university or the university system as a whole. To get at the meat of section 2 of my written testimony, the first issue is formulary versus pricing. Establishing a formulary, which is really not in the bill, is a risks discrimination, risk barring access to drugs. Rate setting, as the bill proposes, could also present a barrier to access if it, if the price can't be met. But it's less of a concern than establishing a formulary is. High rates themselves, high drug prices themselves can also present a barrier to access, and that could also be an equity issue because people with disabilities are disproportionately poor. Canadian provinces use quality adjusted life years in the analyses of cost effectiveness that feed the referenced rates. My testimony really focuses on the issues with QALYs and ways to address those issues. So QALYs, quality adjusted life years, when used as a measure of life extension, devalue the lives of persons with disabilities because they literally value the life of a person with disability as less than a year of life for a healthy person. So when QALYs are used for measuring life extension properties, they're manifestly discriminatory. On the other hand, QALYs can be potentially useful for measuring improvements in quality of life. because if your quality goes up, then your quality score goes up, even if your life does not get extended. And I think that's the way that that ICER proposes to use qualities now, is in conjunction with a non-discriminatory measure of life extension, what they call the EVLYG, equal value life years gained. So, but even used for those purposes, for measuring quality of life directly, it's important that the health utility that feeds the quality calculation be validated for the population under consideration. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. When it isn't, it could provide a problem for people with disabilities and for mental health parity. What I suggest is to address this potential is some protective language in section 4 of my testimony to ensure non-discrimination against people with disabilities. You also may want to consider adding some language, similar language on mental health. I'm not going to read it because I know you're short of time. I'll simply reference my written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cobo-Lewis. I think that will be useful. Questions from the committee for Mr. Cobo-Lewis? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Its brevity and your written testimony. Thank you. And we will next turn to Matthew Marston of Northern Light Health, speaking neither for nor against the bill. Hopefully, Mr. Marston will be fully through the wormhole in a moment. Mr. Marston, if you can hear me, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself to give your testimony. Oh boy, we'll give Mr. Marston another minute to.
Hi, I'm here.
You're here, great. Go ahead, please, and present your testimony, Mr. Marston.
Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Matt Marston. I am Vice President of Pharmacy for Northern Light Health, and I'm here speaking neither for nor against this legislation. Northern Light Health supports the intent of this bill to help lower prescription drug costs for the public. While similar bills have been put forward in states around the country, accessing medications at the reference rate is not achievable at this time. Neither hospitals nor retail pharmacies can dictate what wholesalers or manufacturers provide us for pricing on these medications, let alone at the same cost as Canadian consumers. We continuously work to obtain medications at the lowest cost available to us and would adopt these lower price points if this lower acquisition cost was made available. We at Northern Light Health would ask that this committee ensure that payment is not established by third-party payers at this reference rate until these medications are made available for purchase by healthcare providers at a cost below this value in order for us to continue covering the cost of providing access to these services. I'll also add, as mentioned in prior testimonies as well, that this, as written, could create access issues to receiving these prescription medications if there's healthcare providers that are not able to cover the cost of the care being provided itself. Thank you very much for your time, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Marston? Seeing none, we will move to, well, Ms. Pelletreau was going to join us and present her testimony, but I understand she is also having internet difficulty today. There's some kind of outage that she is subject to.
We do have somebody on the phone who I don't know who it is. If that's her, if she could raise her hand, I could pull her over, but.
Can you
or
raise your
rename
hand
herself.
from the phone?
Or rename, she could rename herself. Then I would know to bring her over, but I can't tell by just the phone number, so.
Okay, or she could text one of us
Yeah.
perhaps if
Yeah.
she needed to.
I'll bring her over if that's the case.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be. So I think I'm going to move. Oh,
Yep, it is her. I'm gonna bring her over.
Okay, great.
Here she comes.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Pelletreau, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself and go ahead and present your testimony, neither for nor against, on behalf of the Maine Association of Health.
Thank you. Thank you all for your assistance, Colleen, Representative Kepler, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to give some very brief remarks, neither for nor against LD 1636. As you know, we certainly understand the desire to address high prescription drug costs. We talk about that a lot with the committee and in other environments. And we know that we need more and better solutions to the problem. We also agree that government should take a more active role to control drug pricing and costs. And we believe that that is appropriately an important issue before the federal government at the moment. We also agree drug prices should have some basis in reality and not just be set to what the market will bear. However, factors beyond those listed in the bill, such as the wholesale acquisition cost and what is paid in parts of Canada, need to be included. Reference pricing should have some connection to a drug's value and the impact on patient outcomes. Notably, and as you've heard from some other speakers, this bill targets the wrong parties. It burdens health insurers, punishes them if they pay more than the reference price, but it sets no restriction on the price set by the manufacturer. So under this bill, it would not be illegal for manufacturers to charge more than the reference price. It is the manufacturer that should be fined in addition to or instead of the carrier. I'll close there and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletreau. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Pelletreau? Seeing none, we appreciate your going above and beyond to be here. And we will turn to Jennifer Reck of NASHP, speaking neither for nor against the bill.
Hello, good afternoon, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Reck. I am Project Director for the Center for Drug Pricing at the National Academy for State Health Policy. NASHB is a nonpartisan forum of state policymakers that develops health policy. And LD 1636 is based on a model bill that NASHB developed with a bipartisan group of state health policymakers and a team of legal experts, some of which will share testimony later today. The bill would allow Maine access to the low cost for drugs in Canada, lowering the cost of drugs like Humira, for example, from $2,700 a syringe to just $540. Countries like Canada spend far less for the same drug because they set rates. In the US, rate setting is already used for many healthcare services and programs like Medicaid and Medicare. And this bill lays out a process to let Maine establish reference rates based on Canadian drug pricing. That process has already been described by Senator Claxton and is also outlaid in my written testimony. So for the purpose of time, I will move on to focus on savings. Referencing Canadian prices should lead to significant savings. NASHB has designed a methodology to estimate these savings and is available to help develop an estimate for Maine. Potential savings in Oklahoma, where the bill was introduced, were approximately $50 million in annual savings for just the top 20 costliest drugs and for the state health employee plan alone. In North Dakota, where this bill passed in the state Senate, estimated savings for the costliest 25 drugs for the state employee health plan were over $21 million. Implemented at scale and across payers, savings would be even more substantial. And importantly, the bill requires that savings achieved be passed on to the benefit of consumers. Pharmaceutical manufacturers make profits in Canada and in other countries with far lower prices than the US. And with passage of this bill, would continue to make the profits necessary to invest in research and development to bring new drugs to market alongside federal investments. This bill would set reference rates only for drugs already available on the US market and would not threaten access to drugs, but instead would expand access to drugs by making them more affordable. As the committee continues to work on this bill, NASHB is available to support your work as needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Reck. I don't know if any other members of the committee have questions, but I have a couple for you. So the legal analysis presented by Mr. Brand was sent to us via NASHB, but it doesn't address some of the issues that were brought up by Pharma's attorney, Mr. Reichel. And it would be very helpful to the committee if NASHB would provide an analysis that directly addresses the issues that Mr. Reichel brought up.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. We would be happy to do that. And shortly, you all will be hearing from a legal consultant to NASHB who will address some of those arguments. And we will continue to address any others for the work session as well.
Thank you. The other question I have is, why did you choose to consider your testimony neither for nor against the bill? It sounded to me like you were in favor of the bill.
That is what NASHB always does when we testify regarding a bill that we developed, because we obviously think it's sound policy by virtue of having developed it. But our interest and purpose as an organization is really focused on policy development as opposed to advocacy. So that's why we testify neither for nor against.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee for Ms. Reck? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here, and we'll turn to your compadre, Rachel Sachs, who will testify also neither for nor against the bill. Welcome, Ms. Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair Tepler and other distinguished members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services for the opportunity to testify before you today, neither in support of nor against LD 1636. My name is Rachel Sachs. I'm the Tryman Professor of Law at Washington University in St. Louis, where my research focuses on prescription drug pricing reform. I had the opportunity to consult for NASHB in 2020 to conduct a legal analysis of a proposal for state-based international reference pricing. In my brief time today, I will argue that the committee would be on strong legal grounds in advancing this bill as it relates to arguments involving both the Dormant Commerce Clause and patent preemption. First, the Dormant Commerce Clause. As Representative Tepler just mentioned, I'm aware that Mr. Brand has submitted longer form comments for the record on the merits of a potential Dormant Commerce Clause challenge to the bill. And so in the interest of time, I will just say that our legal conclusions are very similar. I argued in my analysis for NASHB that states would be on strong legal ground if they explicitly limited the reach of their international reference pricing proposals to in-state transactions. The bill is limited in just this way, and it's focused on, quote, drugs to be dispensed or delivered to a consumer in the state. I would be happy to answer more questions about this issue. Second, patent preemption. Manufacturers of patented drugs may argue that setting an upper payment limit is preempted by federal law, relying on a Federal Circuit opinion striking down a Washington, D.C. law that explicitly regulated the price of, quote, patented prescription drugs. The author of that opinion later distinguished that ruling, though. He said, in concurring in the denial of rehearing en banc of the case, he said that quote, whether future efforts of states to regulate drug prices, which, for example, did not only target patent drugs or did not as significantly or directly undermine the balance of the federal patent right, would also be preempted, is a question that remains for another day. Because the bill does not only target patented drugs and focuses more generally on all drugs that raise significant pricing considerations, it is on stronger legal footing. Additionally, unlike that Washington, D.C. law, this bill does not regulate the price a manufacturer is able to charge for a product. This is a point that several other speakers have also made. It instead regulates the purchase of the product, setting the price at which a payer is willing to provide reimbursement. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about these legal issues.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sachs. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Sachs? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. And we will turn to, I'm sorry, I know I have one more, Jane Horvath of Horvath Health Policy to testify neither for nor against the bill.
Representative Tepler, you also had Sam Hallmeyer. Did you want to hear from him first?
Oh, yes, please. Let's bring in Mr. Hallmeyer before we bring in Ms. Horvath.
Here he comes. Thanks.
Thanks for coming back, Mr. Hallmeyer.
No, thank you, Chair Tepler. I really appreciate it, and I apologize for the confusion earlier. Chair Tepler, members of the committee, my name is Sam Hallmeyer. I'm here on behalf of PCMA to testify as neither for nor against LD 1636, but to provide comments. PCMA is the National Trade Association that represents America's PBMs, which administer prescription drug plans for millions of Americans. I appreciate the legislation's intent here to decrease healthcare costs for patients. However, we believe that this bill may penalize those entities that work daily to improve patient care and lower drug costs. And rather than curb anti-competitive pricing practices of the manufacturers, the ones who set the price of the drugs. I do echo the same concerns that were shared before me, especially Chris Ossenfort, that she shared in her testimony. Since payers do not directly purchase drugs, they reimburse pharmacies. It's also not clear what the purchase price the bill is targeting. Is it the reimbursement costs the pharmacy charges the plan? Or is it the list price that governs the patient cost sharing amounts? Again, PBMs do not set the list price of the drug. That lies solely on the manufacturers. While the bill has provisions to bring enforcement against manufacturers that pull from the market, there's really no penalty for drug manufacturers for keeping the price high. Superintendent Chapa also echoed these same concerns, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hollmeyer. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Hollmeyer? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, and we'll turn to Ms. Horvath of Horvath Health Policy.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today. By way of background, I do a lot of work with state legislators and other policymakers and community organizations around prescription drug cost containment in particular, as well as sort of a broader array of healthcare financing policy issues. I provide TA in a nonpartisan manner. And I am here today to just talk about some of the issues that we've heard today from folks who are concerned about this legislation, and to sort of address some of the misconceptions that arise in talking about sort of any effort that a state might make to rein in the cost of prescription drugs and protect their residents and companies, basically. So I wanted to start first with just pointing out that if you look at any company, any manufacturing company, they get the bulk of their revenues, the majority, the preponderance of their revenues from the US. But we don't get the best deal. We're their best customer, but we do not get the best deal. And that just sort of speaks to the market dysfunction that policies this bill are trying to solve for. There is a great deal of market dysfunction. Manufacturers have a lot of complaints about the current system. Those complaints actually have merit. There are ways of resolving those concerns that they have while improving access and lowering the cost of prescription drugs. And this bill tries to do some of that, indeed. I also wanted to say that the LD, what we've heard from Mr. Doherty today from Pharma, so he's expressing a fear that drugs will not be available to the residents of Maine as a result of this legislation. And I think it's sort of odd for Pharma to have a fear about these things when in fact, the lack of access to any drug as a result of this legislation in the state of Maine will be because a manufacturer has made a decision. So it's more of a threat than a fear. And I would just urge you to sort of think about that, like where, if there was a boycott of a product in the state of Maine, how that would occur and who would be responsible for that boycott. I also wanted to say too, we've talked a lot here about that DC bio litigation on the patent issues, and there was some Dormant Commerce Clause issues involved in that. I just wanted to say, without a legal analysis, that court case, it's the only one we have regarding these set of issues. It was argued a long time ago at this point. I think state attorneys general and other people have learned a whole lot about the industry, the constitutional issues involved in trying to address pharmaceutical costs at the state level, things that were not brought into the debates and the defense in this bio case. Like healthcare issues were never raised, sort of federal policy and how that relates to patent law and congressional intent. None of that was ever raised because these were not health policy people or people without health policy knowledge arguing this case. And if Pharma were to make a challenge, there would be
please wrap it up.
Okay. I guess that's really one last point I wanted to make is the point that in the US, sometimes we have faster access to products than say in Canada. And that is specifically because the federal Food and Drug Administration has authority for about 5 expedited pathways where pharma can, particularly in oncology and some other rare diseases, where pharma can go through an expedited process that brings a product to market much faster at lower cost. There's less clinical trial participation, less data, less endpoints that facilitate bringing it to market. So it has less to do, I think, with pricing among the companies than our ability in the US to facilitate that market access through licensing.
Thank you, Ms. Horvath. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Horvath? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. And that brings to an end my list of those wishing to testify on the bill. Is there anyone else in the attendee list who would like to testify in any way on LD 1636? Seeing none, I will bring the hearing on 1636 to a close. And at this point, I think the committee has been sitting for almost 2.5 hours through this hearing. So I think it's a good time to take a 35-minute break for lunch and come back and hear the other 3 bills on our list, unless anyone has any specific objections. Okay, let's take a 35-minute break then. The committee will be back at 1 p.m. and we will continue our day from there. All right, everybody, take care. See you later. It's 1 p.m. and I hope the committee will come back to their screens so that we can begin our next work session. Thank you, Mark. Representative Morris, are you? Yes, thank you. Representative Arford, you're there? Yes, okay. Well, we have 6 members. I'm hoping for us up. We have a 7th member. Thank you, Senator Brenner. So we now have a quorum and we can begin our next public hearing on LD 1938, an act to prohibit discriminatory practices related to the 340B drug pricing program, also presented by Senator Ned Claxton. Senator Claxton, please join the committee and present your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the rest of the committee.
I believe. Oh.
Can you
Go
hear me
ahead.
okay?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was my fault.
That's okay. Before I start, I want to thank the committee for its work. Having been on the other end of this process, I appreciate your attention and commitment to doing this stuff. So good afternoon, Representative Tepler and esteemed members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is still Ned Claxton, and I'm honored to represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester, and appreciate the opportunity to introduce LD 1938, which is an act to prohibit discriminatory practices related to the 340B drug pricing program. This is to protect patient choice and to preserve the benefits of the 340B program itself. It provides greater flexibility for how patients get their medicines, and it keeps PBMs and insurers from considering a drug's 340B status and establishing their formulary. The language for the bill was taken from a statute in Arkansas, where they likely have different PBM requirements than we do, and some of the language may not be familiar. So for those of you not familiar with the 340B program, it's part of the U.S. Public Health Services Act, and it requires that drug manufacturers that choose to participate in Medicare and Medicaid are required to sell certain outpatient drugs to eligible safety net providers at a discount. These providers then use the savings to stretch scarce federal resources as far as possible so they can reach more eligible patients and provide more comprehensive services. So it's a significant program. So who are the eligible providers? They include hospitals, especially those in low-income areas where the share of uncompensated care is high, also known as DISH. This applies to critical access hospitals, children's hospitals, and cancer hospitals. It applies to clinics like FQHCs, family planning, STI, and tribal clinics. It also applies to pharmacies. And for these eligible providers, because they provide care to those of lower income, medicines are discounted between 13 and 23%, and sometimes even higher, depending upon the drug. Providers then take that money to increase access to care, lower the cost of medicines to their population, and cover the significant amount of uncompensated care that's provided. And in some cases, this money allows critical access hospitals, or an example, allows them to survive. This particularly applies to the critical access hospitals that we have in Maine. And in Maine, most of our hospitals fit under this category. So to disrupt this program would be a significant impact on almost all of our hospitals. 13 drug manufacturers have imposed unilateral restrictions on the 340B discounts when drugs are dispensed at community pharmacies or have announced their plans to do so. These actions are clearly in violation of the 340B statute, which states they must provide pricing on any eligible drug to any eligible covered entity, regardless of how the hospital or clinic intends to dispense the drug. Federal litigation will be required to sort this out. In Maine, some insurers and PBMs working with drug manufacturers have restricted patients to mail order only. That can keep people from using their preferred drugstore or going to a handier pharmacy. If I'm already food shopping at Hannaford or Shaw's or Walmart, why can't I just get my prescription there? This restriction also means that patients lose the opportunity to ask questions of their pharmacist. It also doesn't recognize that mail service has become less reliable and mailboxes less accessible after snows in the winter. The bill would allow patients to not use mail order if that was a better solution for them. Patients should be given the option to use a local pharmacy. The formularies, the list of approved drugs that are used by insurers, have increasingly considered the 340B status of drugs that could be included, and in some cases have left them off the approved list because the profit margin is reduced. The bill would eliminate consideration of a drug's 340B status in creating formularies for insurers and PBMs. The list of approved pharmacies that insurers allow has also been influenced by whether a pharmacy participates in a 340B program or not. As it is, pharmacists have to file claims acknowledging that the medicine came from a 340B source. This discriminates against those pharmacies that work with the program and can take the form of higher copays to use a local pharmacy or excluding it from a network. Mainers like to have choices, and this bill protects patients' access to local pharmacies. At the same time, it protects local pharmacies and other 340B entities like hospitals from being discriminated against because they participate in the 340B program. Thank you for the opportunity to offer this bill for the committee's consideration. I understand for many this may be a new concept, and I'll be happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. Any questions from the committee for Senator Claxton? Yes, Representative Brooks.
Yes, Senator Claxton, I wanted to thank you for bringing this issue forward. I have definitely spent time and effort in pharmacies, particularly during the pandemic. And it's really, to me, kind of very misfortunate that what we're experiencing. So could you speak just briefly again to the value of having a local pharmacist as part of the team so they could, like, for example, if they brought a Tylenol to the counter, if you could speak to that with your clinical experience and your legislative policy knowledge?
Thank you, Representative Brooks. The major challenge with healthcare and prescriptions is to be able to get them in the hands of the patient. For some people, mail order works really well. For other people, they just want to be able to go to their local pharmacy, somewhere they know, pick up their medicines and whatever supplies they're going to pick up from CVS or Rite Aid or Walmart or wherever, and just go about their business. Some Mainers have come not to trust the mail for medicines to arrive on time, and that would put them at risk of delaying doses. So this is an attempt to make mail order the default, but to allow in-person, in local pharmacy pickup of medicines an option. It also protects the pharmacists because they are now in a better position to talk to their patients and answer their patients' questions, which is what they love to do. And it protects us from being excluded, or it protects the local pharmacy from being excluded from a network.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Any other questions from the committee for Senator Claxton? Seeing none, I will move to ask those who are testifying in favor of the bill. Oh, first of all, are there any legislators who wish to testify in favor of the bill?
Thank you for your indulgence.
Seeing none, I'll move to those who wish to testify in favor of the bill who are not representatives or senators. And first on my list is Jeff Austin of Brunswick. Welcome, Mr. Austin.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association to speak in favor of the bill. I will be brief. I want to talk about it at a high level because that's the level at which I understand it. It is a complicated federal program. But at the end of the day, the challenge is it's one of the most successful federal programs we've seen to help providers such as hospitals and FQHCs that serve a disproportionate share of Medicare and Medicaid patients with a subsidy. It's very successful. And because of its success, lots of entities, manufacturers want to grab the savings, payers want to grab the savings. In some cases, even the Medicare program is trying to grab savings that was intended by Congress for providers. We are defending this in state houses. We are defending these savings in lawsuits, and it's exhausting. Congress intended that pharmaceutical companies would provide lower cost drugs for certain hospitals and certain drugs, and that those savings would benefit the provider. They're trying to grab that money back in some cases. PBMs are trying to intercept that savings in some cases. That's what we're seeking to stop with this bill. It wasn't put in on our behalf, but we very much appreciate that Senator Claxton submitted the bill. Other states have taken similar actions. This is modeled on Arkansas, I believe, which is one of the last states to pass a bill, but I believe at least 10 other states have passed legislation like this, attempting to protect the provider community from these nonstop sort of raids on savings that were intended for hospitals, FQHCs, and other providers. The details of the program and some of the details in the bill, I'm happy to talk about. It may be more useful if you want to ask questions and we can get you detailed responses for your work session. But at its heart, this is a subsidy program that protects in-state providers at the expense of pharmaceutical manufacturers. Will you help us make sure those savings continue to flow to us, or are they going to just continually be subject to attempts at poaching by others like PBMs, payers, and others? With that, I wrap up my testimony. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Austin. I have a question. I actually thought that the program was designed to provide ultimately savings for consumers through the providers as the mediating entity, not that it was designed to provide savings for providers per se.
I think my understanding is I think you're close. I think Congress's purpose was to provide benefits to consumers, but not necessarily a pass-through of savings. So Congress recognized the substantial challenges providers have in offering free care, in the losses that they suffer in the Medicaid program. Those two things benefit consumers. And it's savings from things like 340B that allow us to provide those services. So yes, ultimately, the benefits of 340B are for the broader community, but it is not, as some people have said, and you may have read, a conduit pass-through of these savings to a particular consumer on a particular day. That's not accurate. It's supposed to subsidize us as we fulfill our mission in serving our communities in the various ways that we do.
Thank you. Are there any checks and balances on how much you're receiving in savings as opposed to how much you're expending in free care or other services to consumers?
I don't know about checks and balances. Congress set up this program and they have set up the parameters for both qualifying for it and drugs being included in the program. And I can try to get you some of that. I don't have all of that memorized, but no, I don't know that there's a tie. The tie really is on the front end in qualifying as a hospital or an FQHC to participate. You're not automatically included. Not all hospitals in Maine are approved entities, are covered entities. You have to qualify under their standards, and I can get you the qualification standards.
Yes, I think for the work session, I'd like the qualification standards and the list of main hospitals that are included in the 340B program. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Austin from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Austin. I'm going to move
Thank you.
to Ming Huang of the Maine Society of Health System Pharmacists speaking in favor of the bill. I'm sorry, Min Huang.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Huang.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I would just like to start and say that I understand the operations of the 340B program very well. So please ask me questions at the end after my testimony about how the program works. So my name is Min Huang. I am a resident of Portland and president of the Maine Society of Health System Pharmacists. Today, I am submitting testimony on behalf of the Maine Society of Health System Pharmacists, an organization that has more than 300 members statewide and primarily represents individual pharmacists, technicians, and students who practice in health system setting. Today, I'm testifying in support of LD 1938. The 340B program celebrates its 30th anniversary this year and has long received bipartisan support. Today, there are 59 active 340B covered entities in Maine, providing healthcare services for Maine residents across our states, regardless of their ability to pay. Many of them have stepped up in this pandemic to assist with vaccination efforts to keep Mainers safe, and all have been true heroes in continuing to take care of Mainers despite of the multitude of challenges the pandemic brings. Without 340B savings, covered entities would either have to cease operations or significantly cut back on services provided to patients. Many services provided by our state safety net providers are of low to no cost to patients, including but not limited to free care and financial assistance programs, homeless health, substance use disorder treatment programs, which is especially crucial in light of the annual record of overdose death in 2021 in Maine. Case management services to ensure patients receive comprehensive, unfragmented care. LD 1938 would protect the intent of the 340B program, which, as mentioned, is to stress scarce federal resources, ultimately protecting Maine's safety net hospitals and vulnerable patient populations. The bill would not allow manufacturers from withholding 340B pricing in eligible 340B contract pharmacy relationships, which 14 manufacturers have put restrictions on since the summer of 2020. This bill would also not allow pharmacy benefit managers or PBMs to obtain any part of 340B savings that's meant to be used by 340B covered entities to care for their patients. Once manufacturers and PBMs require 340B providers to submit whether or not a claim is 340B eligible for all insurances, they're not using this information to protect the program integrities against duplicate discount violations, as many have publicly stated. 340B duplicate discount only happens when 340B covered entities receive the 340B discount and also state Medicaid, not commercial insurance, receive the rebates. They're using this information so they can identify when there is 340B savings generated for the 340B covered entity, so they can retain some of the savings for their bottom line. 340B savings are utilized by hospitals by law to benefit our patients. We would challenge that this is the same as what third-party for-profit companies would be doing. Attacks on the 340B program are attacks on 340B entities' ability to take care of patients. Illegal restrictions on access to 340B discount pricing means restrictions to access to quality and affordable health care for Mainers. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Huang. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Huang? Representative Brooks, is that a question?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Tepler. I had a question about 340B programs, a couple actually. With the hospital systems, is there a prohibition against or certain guidelines for hospital systems to join the 340B program, like size or location or things like that?
So there are a wide range of criteria that hospitals or providers, it's not specific to hospitals. So somebody like a community health center can also be qualified. But the short answer is you have to prove that you provide care to vulnerable populations. So a lot of our hospitals in Maine are qualified because they have high percentage of Medicare and Medicaid patient. A lot of them qualify just via their status as a critical access hospital, which means there's not really any other healthcare providers within about 35-mile radius. A lot of them qualify because they're STD clinics. But overall, all 340B covered entities can only be eligible to receive the discounts if they qualify via one of those criteria, which at the end of the day focus on either you provide care to vulnerable or patient populations that are not able to afford health care.
And then Chair Tepler, a follow-up question, if that's okay. Yeah, the follow-up question had to do with a person who might be in the position of maybe they lost their job or something like that, lost their health care during the pandemic, but was able to qualify for Maine Care, Medicare, or something like this, but then maybe get an Affordable Care Act plan, or maybe eventually might get a private insurance. Is there that flexibility for a patient, or are there guidelines that way for a patient at this moment?
So that's not entirely relevant to 340B.
Sorry,
So
I apologize.
So 340B eligibility is specific to the providers. And there's patient definition for who would be eligible for us to dispense 340B, or for a hospital or entity to dispense 340B drugs discount to, but it's not particular to the patient per se.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Wang. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I will move to our next person testifying in favor, Mr. Brian Martin of Maine Health.
There we go. Good afternoon, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. I want to thank you for taking the time to give us the chance to speak in support of this bill. I am Brian Martin, Chief Pharmacy Officer at Maine Health. Mr. Austin and Dr. Huang covered a lot of the great points that I wanted to make. So for just in the spirit of brevity, I will just cover some specific elements of why we think LD 38, sponsored by Senator Claxton, is so important to the people of Maine. The bill truly does preserve and protect this subsidy program that's been in place for 30 years now, that was enacted by Congress. Maine Health has 6 eligible hospitals in Maine and 1 340B hemophilia treatment center that are currently eligible under the program that meet the very strict criteria that is set forth. As Mr. Austin stated, what this program really does is allow us as providers who meet the strict eligibility criteria to receive value through 340B drug discounts through pharmaceutical manufacturers to really just stretch, as he said, scarce federal resources so that we can carry out our missions to the most vulnerable people of Maine. Maine Health in recent fiscal year literally spends over $500 million in quantifiable community benefits for the people of Maine. That includes charity care and bad debt that calculates well over $50 million across our 340B entities. So this program, delivering the subsidy through pharmaceutical manufacturers, really allows us to carry out services, such as offering, free care, offering care to patients who are underinsured or not insured at all. In fact, we do more than that and operate, food pantries in our communities. We think that's so vital to the health of Mainers. We do a lot around providing treatment for behavioral health diagnoses and so vital to our battle against substance use disorder. We offer free, diabetes prevention classes. All of this wouldn't be possible if we weren't for the program that the 340 benefit provides to us as providers. Unfortunately, in recent years, and even during a global pandemic, these last few years, where we've been stressed to the max and trying to work hard to provide, vaccine and testing services and treatment opportunities for our Mainers, the 340B program has been under attack. And this bill aims to protect, that value. Manufacturers, as Dr. Huang stated, 14 of them now, as of yesterday, another one, have now put up major barriers to accessing 340B drug discounts for us, to the tune of over $30 million loss impact to Maine Health on an annual basis, which is incredibly significant and will directly impact our ability to care for vulnerable patients of Maine. This bill also aims to protect where the value goes. And Mr. Austin stated that that value is with the covered entities that qualify. We've seen insurers, whether they're pharmacy insurers or health insurers, want to grab part of that value. That's not where the value belongs. The value belongs with providers as enacted by Congress so that we can care for Mainers. You may hear today that states can't regulate the reimbursement paid from pharmacy benefit insurers to pharmacists and pharmacies.
Mr. Martin, can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, I will. I'll just leave with you, that we simply just couldn't carry out our vision of working together so our communities are the healthiest in America. And I thank you for the time. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Martin? Representative Brooks. You're on mute, Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Chair Tepler. Thank you, Mr. Martin. I was going to ask a question regarding the relative balance between convenience, say in managing a patient's overall care of having access to medications more quickly, as opposed to potential delays in care, delays in treatment, and discharges or dispositions, along with the inconvenience of possibly placement or whatever that might entail.
Yes, I believe you're speaking to the elements of the bill that really protects patient choice and what works for them, as Senator Claxton noted. And really sometimes the best option for patients is closest to home, where that care can be delivered and relationships established to help them. And it may be detriment to that patient to have care, selected elsewhere, maybe out of state or through a mail order channel. So I think the bill here protects, patient choice and consumers of Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. And seeing no other hands raised, I will move to Mr. Marston of Northern Light. I'm not sure why Ms. Hooper has come in. I don't think we're ready for her at the moment. But thank you, Mr. Marston. Please go ahead.
Senator Sanborn, Representative Templer, and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Matt Marston. I'm the Vice President of Pharmacy for Northern Light Health. I'm here today speaking in support of this legislation. Section 340B of the Public Health Service Act provides critical relief to healthcare organizations and the cost of pharmaceuticals. Rural states like Maine, with a high number of low-income vulnerable patients, rely on this federal program to offset the high cost of delivering quality health care within the setting of higher rates of non-payment and patients requiring free care, which Brian Martin had shared so eloquently is vital to our Maine communities, as well as subsidizing several other programs like diabetes management. We have a program within our cancer center providing oral oncology medications to the public, and the high degree of education that's required to make sure that patients are successful in receiving those therapies. And without the aid of this 340B program, Northern Light Health would have paid $109 million more for the same medications that we're using to treat our patients over the last year. The actions of manufacturers and third-party payers that are being taken to target this program during the setting of a global COVID-19 pandemic has placed unprecedented operational and financial hardship on healthcare institutions, which negatively impacts our ability to provide quality healthcare for our Maine communities. This bill counteracts these tactics to circumvent the 340B program by requiring these manufacturers to extend 340B discounts to pharmacies contracted with covered healthcare institutions, providing prescription dispensing services, and prevents the steering of patients to non-contracted pharmacies or the reduction of payments to those providing services under these programs. Northern Light Health has already experienced a loss of over $18 million in 340B savings from the 14 manufacturers that have removed pricing from contract pharmacy arrangements. And to date, all of this has been to the sole benefit of drug manufacturers. Our Maine communities require our services now more than ever, and we thank this committee for considering this measure that keeps savings in our state, which is where it is needed the most at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this important legislation. I welcome any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. Any questions from the committee? Representative Brooks.
Quick question for yourself, Mr. Marsden, and others potentially. I know we've had some access to this in the past, but if we could have for the work session some sort of an updated view, looking retrospectively with the pandemic, like with that crisis, this crisis that we're in, what type of implications within your system is all you can answer for, if possible, like what type of effect that might have on potential, not only the financial difficulties you just outlined, but closures, risk of closures, staffing, retention, things like that.
Absolutely. I could share that the cost of staffing our healthcare institutions right now has been astronomically high, as I'm sure many of you have heard in other settings. The cost of bringing in traveling support, for example, of outside healthcare personnel, and then coupling that with the shutdowns that we had early on and the impact that that had to patients being able to access care. And we're still working through the implications of that and reaching patients that may have postponed the routine medical care that they've needed to have, and making sure that they can access that and come in and receive that care that they need. Essentially the cost of providing healthcare has risen at a alarming rate, and coupling this with attacks on a federal program that are meant to offset that cost of providing healthcare in a rural state with vulnerable patient populations by manufacturers and PBMs that are only looking to increase their profit margins by capitalizing on these savings is really a predatory tactic that it deviates program dollars from a federal program that could directly benefit the people of Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. Seeing no other hands raised, I'm going to send you back through the wormhole. Thank you for your testimony, and I'm going to bring in Frank McGrady of Brewer to testify in favor of the bill. I'm going to ask both those testifying and the members of the committee to remember that we have quite a few more people to testify on this bill, and then we have two more following. So just please keep that in mind. Welcome, Mr. McGrady.
Thank you very much. Representative Tepler and the Health Coverage and Financial Services Committee, thank you for taking my testimony today. I've written you written testimony, so I'm just going to paraphrase this in obviously trying to respect time here. My name is Frank McGrady. I'm been a pharmacist in Maine for over 30 years. I am a resident of Brewer and the director of pharmacy at Penobscot Community Healthcare, which is an FQHC, which is a different kind of organization you've been hearing about previously from other testifiers. I'm also a member of the Maine board of the Maine Society of Health System Pharmacies and the Maine Pharmacy Association. Big deal, that's Frank. What I want to tell you is 340B is a complicated program that has benefit for other people that don't know about it, that has benefited Maine people greatly. I'm here testifying in support of LD 1938 for this reason. This program has been highly successful over the last 30 years, and you may say, what kind of things is it? It's things like healthcare for people who wouldn't normally get healthcare, people that are at the margins, people that are living, actually might even be the working poor, you might even call it sometimes, and people that can't get healthcare otherwise. To your point, Representative Brooks, we actually hire people in our using our 340B dollars to help reach those people and sign them up for main care, for any kind of insurances that are available out there. We try to get everybody hooked up to some program that they can either buy into or be part of. We also have things for substance use disorder. It's huge. Pediatric care, dental care, mental health treatment. These are all things you hear about all the time in healthcare. We do geriatric care. We have discounted medications and medication lists that are easy to find on the websites. We have a homeless care shelter, and we also do all the treatment that goes with homeless care. If you don't have that as part of something for people, then you are not treating the whole Maine population. There's even more than that. I can't even list them all. I would say that today you've heard from some hospitals, you've heard from, there are many FQHCs throughout Maine that you probably don't even know of. There are many of them that rely on this money to actually provide services in their specific area. Maine's a big state, as you know, and they need to have all these services that otherwise would come back to the Maine taxpayers to pay for. When you've heard the millions of dollars that have been put out there, it's a lot of money that's actually gone back to saving the people in Maine that really need that sort of support. Last thing I would say is that we are under attack. You've heard that several times today. PBMs, people are trying to get into this to put the money back into their pockets when it's not meant for that. If you come to PCHC, and I'm here to represent myself, but if you went to PCHC and said, tell me how you spend your 340B dollars, they can tell you every dollar. They can tell you their compliance model. I know that because I'm in charge of it. They can tell you all the compliance they do to make sure that this program is above board, is legal, and is what was intended back in the early 90s.
Can you wrap it up for us?
You got it. Right there. That was it.
Oh,
this was
okay.
intended.
Thank you. Sorry.
This was intended in the early 90s to be a program that benefited those people most at risk. And that's what we do with this money. And we don't want to lose it in the effect of that. So thank you, our Representative Tepler. Even though I said it was going to be fast, it always goes fast. I'd entertain any questions, and I would be happy to be at any committee meetings because I have extensive experience in this and I have a great staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGrady. We haven't scheduled the work session for this bill yet, I believe, but I'm sure we will be scheduling it fairly soon as our deadline for 100% of bills is creeping up on us.
Okay. Yep, just let me know. And if anybody has any questions, let me know.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have no other folks on the list to testify in favor. Is there anyone in the attendee list in the committee waiting room who would like to testify in favor of the bill? Seeing none, I'll turn to those testifying against the bill. And first I'll invite Sam Hollemeyer of PCMA to give his testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair Tepler and members of the committee. My name is Sam Hollemeyer, and again, I'm here on behalf of PCMA, which is the trade association for PBMs, which administer prescription drug plans for millions of Americans. I'm here today to oppose LD 1938, which deals with the 340B pricing program. Actually, PCMA doesn't take a position on the 340B program, but we think this bill goes beyond 340B and deals with limiting mail service that our plans can offer, as well as eroding pharmacy networks, which would raise costs for Mainers. Getting into the mail piece. So mail service pharmacies are more cost effective and save consumers and employers money. And along with these clinical outcomes and increased safety, accuracy, and adherence, the mail order pharmacies will save consumers an estimated $5.1 billion in a single year. It was said earlier that patients being able to go to a retail pharmacy, they wouldn't be able to talk to a pharmacist. But mail order pharmacies have pharmacists on staff 24/7 that a patient can call from the comfort of their home. Also, mail order pharmacies dispense medications at an accuracy of 99.99% in temperature controlled packaging. Mail order dispenses medications and maintenance medications and not acute medications. So patients that are on those acute short medications would still be able to go to the local pharmacy. Next, I want to move into the pharmacy networks. So plans set up pharmacy networks, specifically preferred networks, that they can count on predictability of a high volume of sales. And then these increase in sales mean a pharmacy can pass those savings on to patients by setting lower prices and lower dispensing fees, which means lower prices for consumers. Allowing a patient to go to any pharmacy would undermine these preferred networks and again, would raise costs for both consumers and plan sponsors. I'd like to make a comment on 340B related to copays though. 340B has no impact to patient copays or formulary status. The way that the 340B program works, it applies to the entity, not the individual member. The 340B program is designed to provide discounts for those 340B entities such as health systems or hospitals or pharmacies, so they can stretch their resources and provide services to those vulnerable populations. Again, we don't understand why the provision on member cost sharing is because it's not linked to 340B pharmacies. And that's going to wrap it up for my testimony today. I do plan on submitting written testimony, but I wanted to share with this group first because I know there might be some changes to the bill as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hollemeyer. I do have a quick question for you. It's information you can provide for the work session. I would love to know about the relationship between the organizations that you represent and pharmacies and insurance companies, what the corporate relationships are.
To make sure, thank you, Chairwoman, for the question. So to make sure I understand, you want to see the relationships between the PCMA member companies and the health insurers?
Yes, and health insurers and pharmacies, retail pharmacies.
I'd be happy to get that for you.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, I would call on Ms. Ossenfort, who is probably still on the telephone, and ask her to present her testimony against the bill.
Good afternoon, Representative Tepler. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Thank you, Ms. Ossenfort.
Great. Thank you. My name is Christine Ossenfort. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and I appear before you this afternoon to testify in opposition to LD 1938. As Mr. Holmeyer mentioned, the bill seeks to impede the use of mail order pharmacies, which provide both cost savings and convenience. We believe that the requirement to inform members that mail order is not required was really addressed last year by LD 1450, which was sponsored by Chair Tepler last session regarding communications from PBMs and making it prohibiting from making false statements or misleading statements. It's not clear what is meant by allowing a patient to use any pharmacy without penalty. Are different cost shares for in and out of network considered to be a penalty? It's also not clear what constitutes coercing a member to use mail order. Again, there are often different cost shares. Does that constitute coercion? Maine does also have an any willing pharmacy requirement that requires carriers and PBMs to offer retail pharmacies the opportunity to participate on the same terms and conditions as a mail order pharmacy. So any retail pharmacy in Maine that wants to agree to the same terms can have those same benefits and would be included as part of the quote unquote mail order network. With respect to the 340B program, the bill would prohibit carriers and PBMs from accessing 340B discounts on behalf of their members. And we would note that leveraging 340B pricing does not deprive the hospital of the 340B savings. Hospitals mark up drugs over their acquisition cost, just as a retailer marks up products over their wholesale cost. If a hospital obtains a drug with a 340B discount, but then bills the patient or the health insurance plan as if there was no discount, the cost to the health plan and potentially the member are increased. And this difference is further exacerbated when a markup is applied to that drug. For example, if a drug administered by the hospital costs $500, but costs $350 with the 340B discount, the hospital then marks up that drug. And for the purposes of this example, we'll assume it's marked up by 250%, meaning the net difference in the cost of that drug between the 340B discount and if there was no discount is $375. If the member has not met their deductible, they pay that entire amount out of pocket. And even if they haven't met their deductible and they're subject to co-insurance, if they have met their deductible and are subject to co-insurance, they still pay $75 more out of pocket. So rather than prohibit health plans and their members from accessing 340B discounts, we believe that this should be a provision unaddressed by the law and something that can be negotiated between carriers and providers in the context of the overall reimbursement structure. We would also note that this legislation would not apply to the state employee health plan, which means that those individuals covered under the state employee health plan would be able to access 340B pricing, while those covered in the individual small group and large group markets would not. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I will of course participate in your work session as well. And I will provide those examples in writing. I just did not have time to compile them and submit them this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Austin-Fort. Is there anyone on the committee who has a question for Ms. Austin-Fort? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Austin-Fort. And I will next turn to Ms. Pelletreau, who I think is also on the telephone, unless she's worked out her internet difficulties, and she will present her testimony against the bill.
Good afternoon, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm speaking for the Maine Association of Health Plans in opposition to LD 1938. We're opposed to this bill. I noted a new version came out from Senator Claxton, but I believe we continue to have the same concerns even with the revised draft. We note that some of the language used is both vague and inflammatory. Words like coerce suggest nefariousness where there is none, and they're not appropriate. So we object to language like that. In addition, it's not clear what is meant. The drafting of the bill is problematic in other ways as well. It appears to conflate the issues of the 340B program with mail order pharmacies. Overall, there are several provisions that we simply do not understand as written. The committee should know, and I don't believe you've heard from others as of yet, that the issues that are raised by the bill are quite contentious and litigious. The effort in Arkansas that resulted in the passage of a somewhat similar law was subsequently stayed by their Department of Insurance and then became the subject of litigation when pharma sued to have the law struck down. Maine's own Northern Light Healthcare is party to a case that has been heard by the United States Supreme Court this past fall. Now you'll find some more detail about that case in my written testimony that I won't go over in detail orally. We expect, or it is expected, that the Supreme Court will issue a decision on the case as soon as this spring or going into summer. I also wanted to add, just following up on Ms. Austin-Fort's commentary about providers taking advantage of the 340B program, turning around and charging carriers increased prices or higher prices than they're able to get drugs for through the 340B program. A 2021 study commissioned by the Community Oncology Alliance, so fairly recent, found that 340B hospitals price drugs at 3.8 times their 340B acquisition cost. Now, that increase in price does differ materially by the drug, and the study found that the lowest median markup was 2.4 times for a drug called Adcetris, I believe, and the highest was 11 times for Epigen. So I will make sure to get that citation and study to the committee for your review.
Ms. Peltro, can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, I can. We
you.
ask the committee to recognize the problems with this bill, both in the drafting and otherwise, and vote it ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions for Ms. Peltro? Seeing none, I will hopefully send Ms. Peltro back through the wormhole and ask Mr. Sultan to present his testimony against the bill for Cigna.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. It's good to see you this afternoon. My name is Charlie Sultan. I'm an attorney in Augusta, and I'm here on behalf of Cigna. And you have my written testimony, and it is built on a lot of the topics that have been talked about already by the other opponents. It's important to understand that, as has been alluded to, 340B, the statute, is considered by the United States Supreme Courts and others as some of the most complex statutory provisions ever written by Congress. And it has grown since 1996 to become ever more complex, which is why it has led to so much litigation by virtually all parties involved in the process. And as Ms. Peltro just mentioned, Northern Light actually was in front of the United States Supreme Court just past November after Thanksgiving to argue about the DHHS trying to reduce by some amount, but not totally take away their premium, by some amount to adjust the fees that are that they wanted to claw back, if you will, under 340B. So American Hospital Association and Northern Light, among others, is currently before the court. And as Ms. Peltro said, we hope to have a decision by the springtime. There's also multiple other litigation by manufacturers and so on. But it's pretty clear from our vantage point at Cigna that the federal courts are going to be and have to be the arbiter of some of the, what we hope to have clarity coming out of these decisions to make the 340B program work better and so on. Trying to overlay a state statute onto a federal statute usually is impractical and doesn't work. And as we have laid out in our testimony, there are huge gaps between what is allowed under 340B and what is in the bill. And I think that is in part why the Arkansas legislation, which is it's virtually copied from, is under litigation and so on, and why the superintendent of insurance down there had to suspend much of it so that it wouldn't sort of come up all the works. In my attachment to the testimony for Cigna, we have given you an outline of our participation in the program and what we look for. If you were to go forward, we would certainly want to have some transparency remain in the program for what 340B medications were being issued. And this is important because we have to comply with federal statute on disclosing, rebating, and other discounts so that there can't be double dipping. And despite what was mentioned by a proponent, it is important for our compliance with federal law. So if you do go forward, would insist that you have that requirement coming forward. We have tried to make it as simple as possible for pharmacists to comply with that, and in fact have instituted a new program to allow a simple one-step process for that to happen. So that should not be a problem whatsoever. Again, wrapping up, tried to point out in the testimony that there are multiple conflicts within the drafting of the bill that are so numerous that it really should be not considered for passage, and let the federal government try and deal with it. So I'll leave it at that. It is a complex program. There, I'm certain, are a lot of questions, and glad to try and answer those now or in the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sultan. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Sultan? Nope. Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. And speaking against the bill, I'll invite Mr. Yardley of the Bureau of Insurance to join us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Tepler and members of the committee, my name is Ben Yardley. I'm senior attorney at the Bureau of Insurance. This is a well-tilled field at this point. We have our testimony loaded into the legislature's website, and you can read it. We've made some technical points that have been well covered already. And I would just say that we appreciate the intent to get drug prices lower. That's a laudable goal, but we're concerned that the state might be buying a lawsuit whose outcome it would not be certain were this bill to become law. When the bill came to our attention, we looked for similar legislation. The only legislation in other states that was really a spotted cow is the bill in Arkansas that's been mentioned a couple of times. It became law last summer and is the subject of ongoing litigation brought by pharma based on the fact that, or the argument that federal law has preempted any state legislative efforts to regulate the 340B program, and that any such efforts would also be called into question based on the Commerce Clause, which does not allow states to interfere in interstate commerce. And so with that, I would be glad to attempt to answer any questions, and those that I cannot bring to the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yardley. I have a question, and I will look to other members of the committee to see if they have any questions. My question for you very briefly is are your written comments in response to the updated version of the bill or the new markup of the bill that we received just before the hearing began? I'm guessing they're not, but if before the work session you give us a sense of whether those address any of your concerns, it would be helpful.
I can say that as soon as I saw the amendment, I forwarded it to staff. And the reaction so far seems to be that removing the requirement of scrolling up through my notes, if you can bear with me for a second, removing the language about mail order is a step in the right direction, but we don't otherwise see any changes in our views.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yardley. Appreciate it. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Yardley was the last person on my list to speak against the bill. Is there anyone in the attendee list who would like to speak, I'm sorry, in opposition to the bill? Seeing none, is there anyone in the list who would like to speak neither for nor against the bill? Oh, there is one person who would like to speak neither for nor against the bill. It would be Ms. Endy from Consumers for Affordable Health Care. Can we bring her in to present her testimony? Welcome, Ms. Endy.
Sorry about that. Thank you
That's
so
okay.
much, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. My name is Kate Endy, and I'm the Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Health Care. We weren't planning on testifying today, but after listening to the discussion, I just wanted to weigh in and say, I think that a lot of really good questions have been raised throughout the hearing, but I specifically wanted to address the issue of mail order pharmacies. And while we recognize that they oftentimes present cost savings and can be very convenient for certain individuals, they also, if somebody is, I don't want to say forced, but coerced through different levels of cost sharing potentially to use mail order pharmacies, that can present certain issues, particularly with people who may have unstable housing, may not have a secure mailbox. There's a risk of packages being stolen, delays in the mail. Certain medicines have to be temperature controlled. And so, if it's left outside all day, that, poses certain issues. And we've just heard several issues with people accessing medications through mail order pharmacies that, again, I think it's just important to keep in consideration as you're thinking about this topic. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Endy. I will say that the amended version of the bill that we got in just before this meeting began eliminates the section on mail order pharmacies. So I'm not sure, what we'll be doing with that piece. So thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Endy? Seeing none, I'll make one more call for anyone who wishes to testify on this bill. And seeing no little hands go up, I will close the hearing on LD 1938. And we'll immediately open the hearing on 1954. And I believe that Senator Vitelli is here. Oh, I hope she's here. I sent her a text. Yes, she's here. Senator Vitelli is here to present the bill. Welcome, Senator Vitelli. If you're through the wormhole, please turn on your camera and join us.
Can you hear me, Representative?
We can, thank you. So if you need to go ahead without your camera, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't seem to be able to get my camera to work.
You are not alone today.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't see it as an option. So in the interest of time, as long as you can hear me,
Please
I will
proceed.
go ahead with my testimony and present this bill. So Representative Tepler, esteemed members. Oh, I have to be a panelist, maybe.
Are you there, Senator Vitale? Ah, we can see
Here
you
I
now
am.
as well as hear you. Okay.
Okay, good. I hadn't been elevated to a panelist yet, so let me begin again. Representative Tepler, esteemed members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee, my name is Eloise Vitale, and I represent Senate District 23, which includes all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County. I'm before you today to speak in support of LD 1954 and to ensure access, an act to ensure access to prescription contraceptives, and to introduce the bill on behalf of the bill's sponsor, President Troy Jackson. The FDA's approval of the birth control pill was revolutionary for women and their ability to control the timeline of their own lives. The pill made it possible for women to decide if and when to have a family and allowed them greater access to the workforce, giving them the ability to provide for themselves. Birth control has also been used to treat a host of health conditions that women and girls face every day and that prevent them from living their lives to the fullest. The pill really has been a game changer, but it's not the right choice for everyone. In the 6 decades since the pill became available, many other types of birth control have come on the market and have opened up even more options for women looking to control their own destinies. Now more than ever, women have choices when it comes to what contraceptives to take that work best for their lifestyles and their bodies. But finding the right birth control can be a journey. Birth control's well-known side effects, from headaches to fatigue, mood swings, and more, can be debilitating. Women often work with their doctors for years to find a birth control method that works for them without causing unmanageable side effects. When a woman finally arrives at a solution that works for her, the last thing she needs is for her insurance company to decide they no longer cover it, or to require a copayment that puts that product out of her reach. This bill would require insurance plans to cover at least one product from each category of contraception at no out-of-pocket cost to patients. It closes loopholes left by the Affordable Care Act in order to better meet that legislation's original intent, that women have the right to decide what product is best for them in consultation with their doctors, not insurance companies. I thank you for your consideration of this bill. I hope you see its merit and choose to support it, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Vitale. Any questions from the committee for Senator Vitale? Seeing none, we appreciate you introducing the bill for Senator Jackson. And we will turn to those who are testifying in favor of the bill. Looking quickly, I do not see any other legislators in the attendee list, so I will go through my list and turn first to Alex Carter from Maine Equal Justice, speaking in favor of the bill.
Can you see me and hear me?
We can. Thank you, Ms. Carter.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Representative Tepler and members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Alex Carter, and I'm a policy advocate for Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid provider working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. And I'm testifying today in support of LD 1954. Broad access to prescription contraceptives is critical for reproductive health and justice. The very personal decision of which contraceptive to use should be made by a patient and their provider and not dictated by which prescription is fully covered by their insurance plan. The Affordable Care Act requires insurers to cover without cost sharing one contraceptive product within each method category. These categories include barrier methods, hormonal methods, implanted devices, and emergency contraception. However, many contraceptives that fall within the same category are subject to cost sharing despite having really important differences. For example, an emergency contraceptive prescription that is more appropriate for those with a higher body mass index or an oral contraceptive with lower estrogen may not be covered under all insurance plans if a similar yet inequivalent product is covered. This sets patients up for an unfair choice. Choose a prescription that works best for their bodies and risk paying out of pocket, or go with another option that's fully covered by their insurance. For those with lower incomes, this may not be a choice at all. In 2019, approximately 27% of all pregnancies in Maine were unintended. Nationally, these rates are highest among people with low incomes, and there is much research to demonstrate the challenges an unplanned birth poses to a family's upward mobility. A 2019 report from the Institute for Women's Policy Research found that having access to contraceptives by age 20 reduced the probability that a woman subsequently lived in poverty by 8%. Patients should be empowered to take charge of their reproductive lives and to choose contraceptives that work best for them without having to do a cost-benefit analysis. For these reasons, I encourage you to support LD 1954, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Carter? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, and we will next turn to Kate Endy of Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. Welcome back, Ms. Endy.
Thank you again, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit these comments in support of this bill. My name is Kate Endy, and I'm the Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. As you know, we serve as Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program and provide assistance not only enrolling in coverage, but also helping people navigate their benefits and challenge private insurance appeals in denials. And through that experience, we're offering comments in support of this bill today. As you've already heard, Maine's legislature, has recognized the importance of access to contraceptives when it codified the ACA contraceptive coverage mandate into law and required that coverage be provided for a 12-month supply. This bill would build on that work by strengthening the existing requirements. As you've heard, there's times when, due to somebody's individual health situation, a certain form of contraception within one method might be more appropriate than another. And so this bill would ensure that if there's no other therapeutic equivalent, that it would be provided with no cost sharing. Currently, under the ACA, there's a requirement that if the specific contraceptive that is provided at no cost sharing on a formulary is not the most appropriate one for an individual in that method, that there be an exceptions process, and that the provider's determination, if it's based on medical necessity, be accepted. However, there's evidence to suggest that this exceptions process isn't always adequate in ensuring people can access the contraceptive of their choice or that's most appropriate for them. And so this bill would help address that issue. And I'll be submitting a written testimony, but I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Endy? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, and we'll turn to Ms. Harper of Maine Family Planning. And just in case anyone's wondering, I am using a clock that I reset every time.
Good afternoon. I'm here. Can you see me and hear me?
We can.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much. My name is Laura Harper. I'm a senior associate at Moose Ridge Associates, and I'm here today on behalf of my client, Maine Family Planning. So I'm going to share with you the words from Evelyn Celtica. Hello, my name is Evelyn Keltica, and I am a family planning nurse and Senior Vice President of Clinical Services at Maine Family Planning, which provides comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care via telehealth and at 18 health centers statewide. I'm testifying in strong support of LD 1954. As you know, the ACA's contraceptive coverage mandate significantly improved access to effective birth control for millions of Americans, including more than 250,000 women in Maine. In part, thanks to the ACA, Maine has the highest rate of effective contraceptive use in the nation. Access to affordable contraception empowers people to plan when and whether to have children, to pursue their educational and professional dreams, and to manage menstrual issues and other medical conditions. It also encourages patients to find and use the contraceptive method that works best for them. Despite advances under the ACA, gaps in coverage remain, and these can result in unexpected out-of-pocket costs for our patients. Sometimes the prescription that a patient and provider have determined is best isn't the one that's covered by insurance. For example, let's say I write a prescription for a low-dose oral contraceptive to help manage debilitating premenstrual syndrome. But when the patient picks it up at the pharmacy, they're hit with a surprise cost because their insurance plan only covers one birth control pill, and it's not the one with only 20 micrograms of estrogen. Now the patient is forced to decide whether to pay out of pocket for the contraceptive that's best for them, or consider using one that is covered by their insurance, but might not work as well for their body. Sure, they may be able to seek a waiver to get the birth control they need, but this is a cumbersome, medically unnecessary, and time-consuming process. There are no medical reasons for why one drug is covered and the other isn't. It's just about the insurer's bottom line. That's not good medicine or policy. Unexpected costs amount to barriers that can lead to delayed or interrupted care, especially for those who are already struggling to access it, such as people who are young, have low incomes, are Indigenous, or people of color. Furthermore, these restrictions undermine patients' trust in the healthcare system. When a provider consults with a patient about the best type of birth control for them, we want to consider the patient's health history and goals, lifestyle, and hopes for their future. We don't want to think about whether the right prescription will be covered by the patient's insurance plan. This bill will put patients and providers back in charge of health management, as it should be. It would support consistent use of effective contraception, which is the best way to prevent unplanned pregnancies. From a clinical and public health standpoint, there's no reason for all FDA-approved birth control methods, or at least therapeutic equivalents, not to be available without cost sharing to all patients. For these reasons, on behalf of Maine Family Planning, I urge the committee to support this bill and join 11 other states that have acted to expand contraceptive access. We see the AC as the floor, not the ceiling. Expanding coverage to ensure all patients are able to access the best contraceptive for them with no cost sharing would improve reproductive health equity in Maine. Thank you for your patience, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions now. And if I can't answer them, I will take them back to Evelyn, and we will get the answers for you by the work session.
Thank you, Ms. Harper. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Harper? Seeing none, I will turn to Regina Rooney for the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence for more testimony in favor of the bill.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you, Ms. Rooney.
Well, it's going well then. Thank you, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. My name is Regina Rooney, and I'm writing on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence today in support of 1954. MCDV represents a membership of 8 regional domestic violence resource centers across Maine, as well as the Immigrant Resource Center of Maine. And last year, our programs worked with over 11,000 survivors of domestic abuse and violence and their children in our state. Our member programs are perhaps best known for safety planning. That is, helping people who are experiencing abuse manage the risks posed by the person who abuses them. People often think that must involve the police, the courts, or a shelter, but creating lives free from abuse is more complicated than that, and contraception plays an incredibly important part in safety planning for many survivors. Reproductive coercion describes behaviors a person uses to control their partner's reproductive and sexual health to ultimately control that person. It includes tactics like sabotaging birth control, coercing a partner into unprotected sex by stealthing and other means, and preventing their partner from accessing abortion. It's common and, from their perspective, incredibly effective, since having a child together creates a powerful and long-lasting bond. Abusive people often use children as leverage to maintain control in a relationship, and should the victim seek to leave that relationship, they often use the civil court system and their post-separation contact with the children to continue to monitor, harass, and terrorize their ex-partners. Additionally, many survivors tell us that the economic obstacles of getting free, which are already steep, become impossible with a child or with one more child in the picture. So others here today have spoken about how expanding the range of contraceptive options will help more people identify and access the right contraceptives for their unique bodies and circumstances. We must not forget domestic violence survivors in that discussion. For many, their options for avoiding pregnancy are already limited by their abusive partners. So, for example, many survivors find that getting an IUD and having the strings cut too short to feel is an effective way to prevent pregnancy in the face of a partner who pokes holes in condoms and who flushes the birth control pills down the toilet. But what is that person to do if the type of IUD that their plan covers doesn't work for them? For many people, paying the out-of-pocket cost, which can range up to $1,300, is not a realistic option. I deliver this testimony today as the granddaughter of a violent man whose wife, my grandmother, endured 13 pregnancies in the span of 16 years, 12 of which she carried to term. And I often wonder how her life might have been different. How might she and her children have flourished had she had the ability to control her own reproductive life? So expanding access to contraception coverage will give survivors more tools with which to manage their risk and exercise self-determination in the face of abuse and control. And therefore, we respectfully ask you to support LD 1954. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rooney, for your heartfelt testimony. I will turn and see if the committee has any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you again. And we will next ask Megan Sway of the ACLU of Maine to testify in favor of the bill. Welcome, Ms. Sway.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Representative Tepler, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Sway, and I'm the Policy Director for the ACLU of Maine. We are a statewide organization committed to advancing and preserving civil liberties guaranteed by the Maine and U.S. constitutions. On behalf of our members, I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1594, which would allow greater access to contraception in Maine. Every sexually active person should have safe, affordable access to the full range of contraceptive options. Access to contraception is critical to an individual's autonomy, equality, and ability to participate in the social, economic, and political life of the nation, and should never be dependent on how much money they have. Meaningful access to contraception and freedom from coerced contraception are integral to our vision at the ACLU of a world in which people are free to express their sexuality, form intimate relationships, lead healthy sexual lives, and decide whether and when to have children. As others have said today, the Affordable Care Act created a shift in landscape for contraception access, putting safe, effective birth control in reach for millions of low-income people by eliminating copays. This bill would fix a gap in the ACA that allows health insurers to restrict the contraceptives that it will cover, even if the options that they cover are not good medical choices for the insured. By fixing this loophole, we will move closer to a world where people have access to the healthcare that is best for their bodies, regardless of how much money is in their wallets or what is best for an insurance company's bottom decline. We urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sway. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Sway? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And thus ends my list of folks testifying in favor of the bill. Oh, I see someone. Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot. Ms. Clegg would like to testify in favor of the bill. Here she comes. I apologize, Ms. Clegg. I did get the note that you had wanted to testify, and I forgot.
It's okay. It's one of those days. Technology is not working for me, so I made it.
You're here.
Representative Tepler and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Nicole Clegg, and I serve as a Senior Vice President of Public Affairs at Planned Parenthood of Northern New England. And I'm here to submit testimony in support of LD 1954. You know, as you've heard, and as you all well know, the enactment of the ACA in 2010 was a watershed moment. And of note is the Women's Preventive Services provision, which mandated insurance coverage for birth control without cost sharing. The way the provision works is it requires insurance to cover one type of each method as defined by the FDA. And these methods include but are not limited to birth control pills, injectables, IUDs, and implants. The state of Maine built on this policy in 2017, and thanks in large part to the work of this committee, establishing, codifying this mandate for no cost sharing for at least one type of contraceptive per method, and expanded coverage to allow for 12 months of dispensing. Again, this was an exciting step forward as it acknowledged the reality that people who need birth control need it for decades of their lives, and it should be available, affordable, and convenient. LD 1954 is another step forward for Maine patients as it expands no cost sharing to coverage to include all types of birth control and not just one type per method, which has created gaps in coverage. Within each method of birth control, there are a wide array of products that have meaningful differences. The products can vary in chemical makeup, hormonal dosage, timeline of efficacy, side effects, and how the product impacts the health of the patient. The limitation of the ACA policy of one type per method often means that the best option for a patient falls outside of the no cost sharing mandate. Even though insurance providers are required to grant waivers and cover a prescription if recommended by their clinician, the waiver process has fallen short. LD 1954 would be a much needed improvement to the original policy by allowing patients and clinicians to determine the best medication for themselves and not as determined by their insurance companies. In January of 2022, an FAQ for the ACA was released by the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Treasury. And they stated that insurers have been inappropriately denying coverage for contraception through the waiver process. These federal agencies found that insurers were violating the policy by making it harder for people to get coverage for the certain type of contraception that is medically indicated and recommended by their clinician. They found actions taken by insurers included just denying coverage, even when there's clear evidence that this has been medically indicated, requiring individuals who are insured to fail first on numerous different types of methods before they could actually get to the method that's medically indicated for themselves, and failing to provide easily accessible, transparent, and sufficiently expedient exception process. What instead they've created is unduly burdensome. The departments are actively investigating these complaints and reports and have stated that they may take enforcement or corrective actions. They're also assessing what types of changes to existing guidance or regulations may need to be made to better ensure individuals receive the coverage to which they are entitled to under the law. As a healthcare provider, we can confirm that our patients in Maine have experienced many of these denials. It's frustrating to prescribe a method that is best for a patient and then try to navigate the multiple denials and jump through hoops to get our patients the care they need. All too often, the patient just gets up.
Wrap it up, Ms. Clegg.
Sorry. Accepting a prescription that is not the best for them because they can't afford to pay out of pocket. By adopting LD 1954, Maine will put reproductive care decisions back where they belong, in the hands of patients and their providers. And that's why we urge the committee to support this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clegg. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Clegg? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, despite all your virtual difficulties. That ends my list now completely of those who wish to testify in favor of the bill, except I see that Senator Jackson has joined us, and wonder if he would like to come in and testify in favor of his bill.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. I know you've had a long day, so I'll try and be quick. Good afternoon. I am State Senator Troy Jackson. I represent Senator Squan, and I'm here to speak in favor of LD 1954. Certainly want to thank my Senate colleague, Senator Vitale, for presenting to me. It's a long day for me also. In 2010, Congress passed the Affordable Care Act requiring that all insurance providers cover at least one prescription contraceptive within each method category with no copay or cost sharing requirement. For many Americans, this was a big deal. The groundbreaking legislation made it possible for more Americans to exercise control of their reproductive health and make reproductive decisions on their own terms, regardless of their financial ability to pay for contraceptives. However, in the decade that passed since the ACA became law, it's become increasingly clear that there's gaps that remain in the coverage for contraceptives. As you may know, contraceptives may be within the same method category, but still have significant differences from other medications or products within that same method. Different birth control pills contain different balances of hormones and different release methods. These differences may seem slight upon first glance, but have huge implications for a person's reaction to a drug. For example, hormones can affect individuals differently due to health conditions, other medications, hormonal imbalances, and so much more. This means that one type of pill may be ideal for one person, but may create disastrous and unlivable effects in another person. I could go on, but I know you'll hear from healthcare providers, and you already have, who can speak to these challenges that Mainers experience trying to access the prescription birth control that is right for them, as determined by their patient and their trusted healthcare professionals. For me, it's simple. Insurance companies shouldn't be the ones dictating the medication or medical products that Maine patients can access, especially for something as simple as important as prescription birth control. Patients shouldn't also have to jump through these hoops to get the medication or products that best meet their health needs as determined by the trusted medical professional. This is a complicated enough issue, but I'm certain when I say that there is one factor that a person should not consider when they choose the right prescription medication. Which one is most cost effective for the insurer to cover? The method category requirement in the ACA created an unfortunate loophole that has allowed insurers to cover only one prescription contraceptive in each category with no cost sharing or copay requirement. But companies are able to impose high costs of patients on all contraceptives within that same category. This has put patients in an impossible position to decide whether to take the contraceptive they can afford, but that creates a reaction that can range from uncomfortable or inconvenient to unbearable or physically dangerous to pay more money, to pay more money than they can afford to get the one that's right for them. It also creates a situation where some people may be forced to go without the contraceptive, even when taking them is preferred or necessary. Nobody should need to make these kinds of choices with their health care. And LD 1954 is about cutting bureaucratic red tape and putting patients first when it comes to prescription contraceptives. It would ensure that all persons seeking contraceptives under a state-regulated health insurance plan will be able to access the best contraception for them, not just the product that their insurance providers deem most cost effective, and put reproductive care decisions back in the hands of patients and their doctors. I think you've heard that insurers have a waiver program to allow patients to access prescription contraceptives with no copay or cost sharing if that one, if their insurer covers, is determined by the doctor to be inadvisable and another one deemed necessary. But these waiver programs have been designed to be difficult to access and navigate. Further, most doctors and patients are not aware that these programs exist. The only way to ensure that everyone has access to all contraceptives is that they're best for them is require coverage for all of them. We also know this policy will work because 11 other states have already adopted something similar. We've also taken steps to exempt therapeutic equivalents to ensure that this does not have an adverse effect on premiums. And with that, I definitely want to thank you for your time today. I'll certainly answer any questions. I know better people have spoke already in favor of this, but I do think this is something that the state of Maine should take up like those 11 other states.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Any questions from the committee for the bill sponsor, Senator Jackson? Seeing none, we appreciate you making the trip back here. Thank you. Okay, so our next, well, I think we've heard from everyone who wishes to testify in favor of the bill. And now I'll turn to those wishing to testify in opposition to the bill. And first I'll call Mr. Hollemeyer of PCMA.
Thank you, Madam Chair Tepler and members of the committee. Again, my name is Sam Hollemeyer, Director of State Affairs with PCMA. PCMA is a national trade association representing America's pharmacy benefit managers, where they administer prescription drug plans for over 266 million Americans. I am here today to oppose LD 1954, which would require health insurers to cover all contraceptive supplies without any deductible, co-insurance, co-payment, or other cost-sharing requirement. I do want to emphasize at the outset of this testimony that PCMA does not oppose covering contraceptives as zero cost share, but requiring that plans have basically an open formulary when it comes to contraceptive supplies signals to manufacturers that they can price these medications at whatever they want with no pressure to lower their prices. If a patient is unable to take a medication on a plan's formulary, they can work with their prescribing physician to trigger an appeals process to get the patient on the correct medication at zero cost share. The price increases that we see with prescription drugs is putting patients at risk by pricing out the necessary medications that they need, and health plan sponsors are putting health plan sponsors in difficult positions of how to handle these very high costs. If drug companies were concerned about patients accessing medications, they would simply lower their prices. It's for these problematic provisions that I just shared that we must respectfully oppose 1954, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Any questions from the committee for Mr. Hollemeyer? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And next I will turn to Ms. Penny Morrill of Concerned Women for America of Maine. Welcome, Ms. Morrill.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Great, thank you. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm Penny Morrill, State Director of Concerned Women for America of Maine, speaking for Concerned Women for America Legislative Action Committee. Concerned Women for America, CWA, is the largest public policy women's organization in the nation with hundreds of thousands of members across the country. CWA of Maine opposes LD 1954, an act to ensure access to prescription contraceptives. CWA of Maine is very concerned about this bill. Because the Supreme Court of the United States, SCOTUS, is currently deliberating a pro-life case that could change the outcome of Roe v. Wade, we believe this bill is a reaction to that reality. If the purpose of LD 1954 is to further secure the right to abortion in Maine, we are completely opposed for these reasons. When the Roe v. Wade decision was rendered nearly 50 years ago, the court's judgment was strictly based on scientific knowledge in 1973. Back then, there were no personal computers as we know them, no internet, the iPhone had not been invented, the microwave wasn't even in widespread use. As a nation and a state, we are still living under the abortion policy of that era. We now know, for example, that babies feel pain at around 12 weeks and scientific development is only getting better. Consider this evidence. With advancements in ultrasounds, not only do we know the life inside the womb is a baby, but doctors are able to perform life-saving treatment, even perform surgery, as with the famous cases of babies with spina bifida. Babies feel pain at a very early stage. The scientific evidence shows that from 15 weeks onward, the fetus is extremely sensitive to painful stimuli, and that this fact should be taken into account when performing invasive medical procedures on a fetus. It is necessary to apply adequate analgesia to prevent the suffering of the fetus. According to the U.S. National Library of Medicine, a 15-week-old baby has eyes and eyelids with a well-formed face. Limbs have developed. The baby has hands and feet with little toes and fingers that have gone so far as to develop nails on them. He or she can make a fist. The genitals have appeared. Organs are fast developing, with the baby's liver already making red blood cells of its own. And muscle tissue and bones continue to grow and become harder, making it possible to begin to move. It's time that Maine catches up to the 21st century and ends abortion, not solidifying it into state law. It is unjustifiable and indefensible. Instead of this legislature working to maintain the status quo of abortion, it should be working to end this crime against women. I ask this committee to vote LD 1954 ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrill. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Morrill? Seeing none, thank you for being here. And next we will turn to Ms. Ossenfort of Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield to give testimony in opposition to the bill. Ms. Ossenfort, as soon as you're here, I'm not sure why Ms. Boxer McComber has, okay, she's gone. All right, Ms. Ossenfort, as soon as you're here, I know you're on the telephone, please go ahead.
All right, Representative Tepler, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Christine Ossenfort, and I am the Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and I appear before you this afternoon to testify in opposition to LD 1954. The bill essentially requires coverage of all contraceptive supplies without cost sharing unless there is a therapeutic equivalent covered without a cost share. In that case, cost sharing can be applied. But as Mr. Hohlmeier noted, it essentially requires that all contraceptives be added to our formulary and be covered under our plans. This would apply even when there is a name brand when a generic is available. First, this creates a different standard for contraceptives than for other prescription medications. And it's important to note that the existing Maine law does require a carrier to cover particular contraceptives if the provider determines it's most appropriate. As I read the law, there isn't really any discretion for us in that instance. We have to cover the drug, but this would expand it so that all drugs would be added to our formulary. This represents a significant expansion of what is required under the Affordable Care Act, what is required under Maine law today. Should the committee be interested in pursuing this legislation, it should be subject to a mandated review by the Bureau of Insurance to better understand what issues exist today and what the cost of implementing this proposal would be. We would also note that if you are interested in moving forward with requiring coverage of all contraceptives, then this should also apply to the main care program. In looking at their current preferred drug list, there are actually more contraceptives on the non list than there are on the preferred list today. There are approximately 37 contraceptives and contraceptive supplies on the main care preferred drug list, while there are 45 on the non-preferred drug list. And I would, of course, as the committee is aware, this would only apply to fully insured plans. It would not apply to the state employee, would not apply to self-funded plans, Medicaid, or main care. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and will be present at your work session as well.
Thank you, Ms. Austin-Fort. I do have a question, but we'll allow other members of the committee to go first if others have questions. Seeing none, I'm just going to ask you, Ms. Austin-Fort, to provide us with information about Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield's exceptions process, how long it takes, and what's involved in getting a cost sharing exception if a provider feels that someone should have, say, a low estrogen birth control pill.
Certainly, I will look into that and bring that back to you.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. All right. That brings to an end of my list all those speaking in opposition to the bill. I do have one person signed up to speak neither for nor against. Are there any other folks who would like to speak in opposition to the bill? Seeing none, I will invite Catherine Pelletreau of the Maine Association of Health Plans to come in and present her testimony neither for nor against the bill. I actually can see you, Ms. Pelletreau.
Yes. Good afternoon, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm speaking neither for nor against LD 1954 on behalf of the Maine Association of Health Plans. I have listened to all the testimony today, and I'm still a little bit confused between what the advocates are saying that they want and what the bill actually says. If what is being sought is, in the words of Sam Hallmeyer, an open formulary where health insurers would be required to provide coverage for, and I should say not just coverage, first dollar coverage, so coverage without any cost sharing for all FDA approved contraceptives, that would be a bill that we would have to oppose. But the way the bill is written, it says an insurer is not required to cover all those therapeutically equivalent versions in accordance with this subsection, as long as at least one is covered without any deductible coinsurance, copayment, or other cost-sharing requirement. So if that is actually what is intended, that is more in line with the structure of the ACA and the structure of existing Maine law. As you likely are aware, the existing law already requires an insurer to defer to the provider's determination and judgment and to provide coverage without cost share for the prescribed contraceptive. And it also specifies that that must be for a 12-month period. So if there is a problem, as some seem to think there is, with the exceptions process, I'd suggest perhaps you ask the Bureau of Insurance. I myself have not heard an outpouring of concern about this, from the health plans or from their membership. But it might be useful for the committee to ask if the Bureau, in fact, has heard any of this, because it does seem like the existing law should provide the contraceptive that is best for a woman to her without cost share. So I'll stop there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletreau. And I guess I will ask you the same question I asked Ms. Ossenfort, to please bring to us your members' exceptions processes and what's involved, how long they take, and how that is handled, because I think the idea that there are women who need a product that is lower in some aspects of the medication than others. And here I'm thinking about a low estrogen birth control pill, or some women who might only be able to use a certain kind of IUD as opposed to another kind, that maybe copper versus plastic, anything on that order. And those are needs that need obviously to be addressed almost immediately. And the question of what's involved in the exceptions process, I think, is very important here. And any other questions from the committee?
Could I respond just for 1 second? Which I agree with you. I think it is very important. I would note that the committee has passed legislation that requires health insurers to respond. There's a regular time frame. I think it's 72 hours. There's an emergency time frame. So there is actually law in the state that health plans have to abide by, which it might be helpful for you to hear from the Bureau of Insurance, our regulator, about what that is.
Thank you. We do have testimony from Superintendent Chapa in written form. However, I don't think it addresses this issue, so we'll just ask them to please be present at the work session. Although I will say that we found that whatever complaints there are about problems for individuals tend not to go to the Bureau. They're more likely actually to go to CAIC. So thank you. And I believe that that is the end of testimony for this bill. If there's anyone else who would like to give testimony on this bill who's in our attendee list, please raise your electronic hand. I do not see anyone with an electronic hand up, so I will bring to a close the hearing on LD 1954. We still have one more hearing, 1956, but I think that the committee has earned a 10-minute break. Well, it's actually a little more than 10 minutes, so I'm going to have us come back at 3:15. I'm sorry, I'm going to make it 3:10. I hope everybody doesn't mind. 3:10. The committee will come back at 3:10, taking a not quite 15-minute break, and we'll do our next hearing on LD 1956. So we will see everyone again in a little less than 15 minutes. HCIFS members, please come back into the meeting if you are near your computer and can hear me. Okay, Representative Arford, are you there? Okay, so we are 7. We have a quorum again, so we should be able to proceed with our final public hearing of the day on LD 1956. And I will invite Representative Morris, our own Representative Morris, to present us the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, my fellow members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. I am State Representative Joshua Morris. I am here today to present LD 1956, an act to update consumer credit laws related to legal funding practices. Aldous Huxley wrote about a brave new world back in 1931. We have a brave new world now in relation to legal funding practices. It is not a particularly good one. The legislature enacted a legal funding statute in 2007. That statute addressed the question of disclosure by companies that provided some funds to plaintiffs in a tort case to tie that individual over until that case was resolved. Today, we have multinational massive hedge funds participated in litigation financing, not to give a plaintiff some funds pending resolution of a case, but to make significant profit by financially controlling all expenses in the case. For example, a recent Wall Street Journal article entitled "Litigation Financing, Long Hidden in the Shadows, Faces Call for More Sunlight," a copy of which I attach, and I think the committee received it, and it should be available online for the work session, discusses this new form of litigation financing. For hedge funds cited in the article together have invested $1.22 billion in litigation financing. These include companies such as United Kingdom-based Burford Capital LLC and the Australian-based IMF Bentham Limited, which have invested $233 million in litigation funding. And that is only 4 companies. They are, in effect, venture capitalists. These hedge funds have no interest in a plaintiff's litigation per se. They have no interest in the well-being of the individuals who, for one reason or another, have had to bring a lawsuit to obtain redress. These hedge funds exist solely to invest in a commodity which will bring a high rate of return to their investors. The commodity is personal injuries. As I mentioned before, we live in a brave new world. My bill does 2 things. First, it expands on the disclosures required of litigation funding agreements. Second, it makes those agreements discoverable in litigation. I'm aware that there are those who do not want to see this latter precedent established. The defense must disclose insurance, so we already have disclosure on the books. It begs the question of why disclosure does not go both ways. Importantly, there is one thing LD 1956 does not do. It does not stop or in any way inhibit the practice of litigation funding. It simply calls for transparency and, as the Wall Street Journal article pointed out, to bring the process into the sunlight. These contracts allow the financer to secure recovery of a share of the proceeds, often in the 40% range, and call for interest on the amount of money that is outstanding. Indeed, in one case, the contract called for an interest rate on the amount outstanding of 70%. That kind of provision is intolerable, and I urge the committee to adopt LD 1956 to bring a stop to this type of investment practice. I would be pleased to answer any questions, although I would anticipate there'll be individuals following me that'll be able to discuss the questions, the answers more in depth. I basically put this bill in as a reaction I was approached to put this bill in and was given that article. And certainly, so that is where, my idea to put the bill in came from. As I said, there are probably people coming after me that would have a better understanding of the whole process that would be able to answer some of the more technical questions that you may have.
Yes, Representative Evans, please go ahead. Representative Evans, you're still on mute. We can't hear you.
I got it now. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Myers. Just to clarify, is the way that things are set up now, does there have to be a disclosure to the individual if things are going to proceed to a further status in the process? Are they being left out?
I mean, they would have to sign something on it, but I mean, that's something you'd have to ask the industry folks in terms of how that's handled with the individual. You mean that signing one of these litigation financing agreements?
Yeah, yes.
That's something you'd have to ask the industry. I think there might be something, but you'd have to ask the folks that are coming after in terms of how this is set up with the individual signing the litigation financing agreement.
But even if it goes forward with or without their signature, the individual comes up on the short end of the stick.
Potentially.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question, Representative Morris. It's my understanding that quite a few states have outright bans of these processes, and I'm just wondering why you didn't consider a ban.
Yeah, and that's an excellent question. I think we wanted to bring more sunlight onto the process. If that is certainly if after this hearing, if that's the direction the committee wants to go in, I certainly wouldn't oppose it. I think at the very least, we wanted to bring more sunlight in terms of making sure that there's more disclosure in the process, both for the consumer as well as for the other entities.
So in this case, the other entities are insurance companies.
Yes.
So
in
the
the businesses they're
disclosure
insuring.
means that the insurance company would know in the course of litigation that an individual was desperate enough to sign a one of these litigation agreements, because if you're not that desperate, then you don't sign that kind of agreement, because you're usually in a process that involves come on, Denise, a contingency agreement. So you're not paying your attorney ahead of time. So I guess I just, I want the committee to look closely at this. I have some concerns, and I'd like to hear more about what's going on in other states at the work session.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so no one else has their hand raised in the committee, so I'm going to move on to others speaking in favor of the bill, and I will call Mr. Garrity of APCIA to speak in favor of the bill.
Do you have me now, Representative?
I do. I can see you and hear you, Mr. Garrity.
But
Wormhole is confusing, but you're here now.
But before I begin, let me just I almost feel like apologizing for you having to hear this bill after such a long day dealing with the other subjects that you've had to deal with. And unfortunately, I guess this is the way it is late in the afternoon. Anyway, like I said, I almost feel bad that you have to hear one more hearing. You people have worked so hard today. Representative Tepler, members of the committee, my name is Bruce Garrity. And as Representative Tepler mentioned, I am here on behalf of APCIA, which is the Property Casualty Insurance Association, whose members write the majority of insurance written in Maine. I have submitted written testimony, and what I will do, if it's okay, is move directly to the second part of the bill, which is essentially Section 11, which is the production of a litigation financing agreement. There are other things I'd like to talk about, but I think time constraints might limit that. There are statutes around the country that do require production of this agreement. I've cited two and given you that information in my testimony, Wisconsin and West Virginia. One of the keys we think the committee should consider is that it is already a requirement that insurance information be disclosed to a plaintiff. There's no choice. It's mandatory. You have to tell the plaintiff what you have for insurance. You have to tell the plaintiff, if you're the defendant, the person being sued, you have to tell the plaintiff exactly what your policy says. The public policy behind that is to make the plaintiff more aware of what's going on and be able to plan their case accordingly. Well, disclosure of litigation finance agreements is the opposite side of the coin. Just as the plaintiff is entitled to information to help prepare their case, the defendant is entitled to information to help prepare their case. That was recognized in Wisconsin, where literally the statute that was enacted has as one subsection disclosure of agreements, disclosure of insurance, and the very next section says disclosure of litigation finance agreements. West Virginia, as a second example, requires disclosure of those agreements. We think that's only fair to make this run both ways. Now, this is going to establish a precedent that some people don't like. They may say, well, as a practical matter, if you do this, we have to disclose and let a person file a motion and go down the road that way and see if they can get the information. Well, the state has already said through the rules of civil procedure and the federal rules of civil procedure that this information is discoverable, period, end discussion. It should be discoverable, period, end discussion, so far as the plaintiff divulging that there is a litigation financing contract out there. I suspect if you ask the opponents of the bill, would you agree to not have insurance policies disclosed unless you bring a motion? They would reject that proposal out of hand. But they do want their cake and eat it too, because they want to be able to say, we want what we want, but we're not going to give you what you want. We don't think that's fair. We don't think that's even-handed. Let me move on briefly, if I might, to what actually can happen in these cases. And there are a couple of points that I think might be of significant concern to the committee. The committee takes a lot of time discussing health insurance, automobile insurance, and protection for people who have a physical injury or need medical care. One of the things that happens in some of these agreements, and again, I've attached the page initialed by a specific plaintiff, these companies come in and say, we want you to give up your right to go to your health insurance. We want you to give up your right to go to your automobile med pay insurance. And the form is right there for you to look at, members of the committee. And instead, we'll take care of your expenses. Well, what can happen in that situation? You've given up your right to your own insurance. What if the litigation financing company says, we don't want you to get a second opinion. We don't want you to go to a center of excellence. We don't think that you need a certain kind of procedure or treatment that you might want to have. Or we don't even like your case anymore, so we're going to duck out of it. And what happens? The plaintiff is stuck without the kind of care they need, and they've given up their right to get that care. We think that's the kind of thing that the committee should look at closely. I cited an example in my testimony that came about through the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, which, as we all know, is the federal agency charged with protecting various consumer interests. The CFPB cited an example in some cases of an effective interest rate of 250% that these companies might charge. In one instance, there was a severely disabled 9/11 first responder. Now, he knew he was going to get a settlement because there was a great big fund created, and he needed some money. So he received an advance of $35,000 on what would be his recovery. 3 months later, he got his recovery, but he had to pay the financier $63,000.
Mr. Garrity, you're quite over time now. Can you wrap it up, please?
I will. In some $28,000 over the advance over 3 months later. I know there are others who will speak. I've submitted testimony. I appreciate your patience, Representative Tepler, and I will be happy to try and answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Garrity? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And now we'll turn to Brian Park of the Maine Motor Transport Association, also speaking in favor of the bill.
Good afternoon. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Park.
Perfect. Thank you, Representative Tepler, members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Brian Park, and I am the President and CEO of the Maine Motor Transport Association. I'm a resident of Brunswick. The association is comprised of more than 1,700 member companies whose employees make up a large portion of the over 33,000 people who make their living in the trucking industry in Maine. We're testifying today to support LD 1956 as we believe it is an important component to the trucking industry's ongoing commitment to fair, equitable, and just tort reform. As a baseline statement, we believe that when a motor carrier acts wrongfully and that wrongful conduct injures those with whom we share the roads, the motor carrier should be held accountable and those injured should be fairly compensated through the judicial process. However, over the past several years, the trucking industry in other parts of the country has become a target for unscrupulous players to take advantage of the judicial system and produce jury verdicts and judicial outcomes against trucking companies that are disproportionate to the alleged harm. These verdicts have had negative impacts on insurance rates and settlements, adding more costs to the transportation of goods and further straining our nation's supply chain. While not all of them have involved litigation financing, LD 1956 would be a step in the right direction to improve transparency, which we believe benefits all parties. The whole concept of litigation financing places profit over justice because there would be no other reason for its existence. Financing companies have no personal stake in the cases they fund, but their profit motive can blur lines when it comes to control over these cases in ways that might not be in the plaintiff's best interests. We've reached out to the American Trucking Associations, MMTA's national affiliate, whose general counsel was quoted as saying, and I quote, "What we see increasingly is that plaintiffs are unwilling to take a reasonable settlement offer because the funding arrangement doesn't allow them to meet their obligations to their financing company. We don't think that personal injury trials ought to be profit-making vehicles because suddenly a truck accident looks like a good investment opportunity." End quote. To be clear, MMTA's members have not been beating down our door to demand reform to litigation financing rules in Maine. However, we see the added disclosure requirements contained in LD 1956 to be both reasonable and proactive protections for all parties involved in litigation, whether a commercial truck is involved or not. I thank you for your consideration and for allowing me to testify today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have now or at the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Park. I have one quick question. Did you used to live in Topsom?
I did many moons ago, but I did.
Yes, I remember.
On Arbor Avenue. Good memory.
Yeah. Okay, so are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Park? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and I will next turn to Mr. Sultan for MAIC.
Good afternoon again, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Charlie Sultan. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Association of Insurance Companies, Maine's domestic property and casualty carriers, in support of the bill. I just want to say that we are in support of almost any legislation that the proponents can use the word champerty in their testimony. So if you look at Mr. Garrity's testimony, that word is used, and it just ought to be supported. You just don't hear it very often. But this is a serious issue and one that we support the bill as both Representative Morris and Mr. Garrity said, is to bring more sunshine, daylight into these agreements. I would encourage you to look at some of the websites for the litigation funders. They're really quite revealing about how the system is used to exploit, may be a strong word, but to seek to profit off of the injury of those who do get hurt and are involved in potential litigation. In particular, the use of litigation brokers, they're called. This is even another layer of a group of people who are trying to gather cases that they don't themselves fund, but they then steer them to a funder to bring the capital, if you will, to give the money to the plaintiff. And that creates another layer of profit, if you will, that the litigation is going to have to provide for before the plaintiff actually gets their own money back. So it's a system that has grown to be quite exploitive, really. I think Maine's current law, which does allow it, needs to be updated so that the plaintiff has appropriately forewarned, if you will, about what the risks are to getting their money back that they are trying to borrow. And it can be quite staggering, as Mr. Garrity has shown through the evidence attached to his testimony. We don't often see evidence of this, in widespread use in Maine because we're hidden from it as on the other side of the case. But it is clear that through testimony and an outreach to other attorneys that it is used on occasion. But in Maine, and if, at least it's the attorney working with the plaintiff to try and make sure that they have some appropriate kind of funding if they are in that desperate need. But that sunshine that the bill provides for is a help to the consumer in making sure that it's the right choice for them. But having someone on the internet or on an advertisement at 4:00 in the afternoon, encouraging people to get funding.
Mr. Sultan, can you wrap it up, please?
I'm done. And so that's why we want to bring this bill. It's a consumer-friendly bill. It's a really important step, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sultan. I see that Representative Evans has a question. Go ahead, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sultan, I want to ask the same question to you that Representative Tepler asked earlier. Would it be better to ban this practice?
We would have no problem with that. I think there are certain individuals who are in desperate need that this may be an avenue that, if appropriately gauged, may be important for them. So I wouldn't want to judge that. But because the way the practice has grown, I think there are concerns that a ban is something worthy of debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Senator Brenner and Mr. Sultan. I thought I was talking to an audience, but I wasn't. So thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Representative Evans, for your question. And with that, we'll move on to Mr. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Whelan from NAMIC, who's speaking in favor of the bill.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, you pronounced it perfectly, thank you. I am Rory Whelan from the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies. I am testifying, I'll be mindful of your time, I'm testifying in support of the bill. I commend the sponsor, Representative Morris, for his thoughtful legislation and finally shedding light on the dark money that is behind these cases. However, I would say that this practice is akin to payday loans or payday lending. Maine has done a tremendous job in regulating the payday lenders in the state and protecting consumers. This should be done on this subject as well. What the bill doesn't do, there's no requirement for licensing, unlike payday lenders. There's no cap on interest, unlike payday lenders. So yes, disclosure is terrific, but there's still a lot of room for bad actors. And I hope Mr. Evans, Representative Evans, asked me the same question because I've got a one-word answer. That is yes, it ought to be banned outright.
Thank you, Mr. Whelan.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Representative Evans doesn't need to ask the question because you answered it. Thank you. All right, any questions from the committee for Mr. Whelan? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And that is the end of my list of folks speaking in favor of the bill. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak in favor of the bill? Please raise your little electronic hand. Seeing none, I'll move to those who were speaking in opposition to the bill, and I will call Lori Boxer-McComber of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. Please go ahead, Ms. Boxer-McComber.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Sanborn, Chairwoman Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Lori Boxer-McComber, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. I've submitted written testimony, and because of the time limits, I want to touch on some of the things that have come up earlier in this hearing. Specifically, I want to talk about why the MTLA opposes this bill because of the Section 11 disclosure requirements. I want to be clear that Maine has a very good process in place that allows for the disclosure of these agreements when it's appropriate. Traditionally, disclosures are governed by the Maine Rules of Civil Procedure, the Maine Rules of Evidence, case law, and the discretion of our experienced trial judges who decide when something is relevant and when something should be disclosed under those rules and that precedent. We've heard today someone claiming that this is the litigation funding contracts are similar to insurance policies. Well, I'll just tell you that that's not the case. And even though 2 states out of our 50 states may have adopted some provisions that are similar to the ones that Attorney Garrity would like you to adopt, The fact of the matter is that the overwhelming majority of states have recognized that that's totally inappropriate to switch jurisdiction over disclosures from the court over to the legislature. So when an insurance policy is required to be disclosed, the reason for that, there are many reasons, but one of the reasons is it's important to know what type of funding is available to satisfy a judgment or a claim. And that way, a harmed party, because we have to remember that people pursuing these claims have been harmed and have been injured, that person can take steps to protect themselves. So for example, I've got clients where maybe they've got millions of dollars worth of damages because they've been seriously harmed. And you find out that there's only $100,000 insurance policy available from the beginning. And so that person can make an informed decision not to waste their resources pursuing litigation if there are no assets available, or they can use another court procedure like seeking an attachment in order to make sure that they are not harmed. On the flip side of that, though, the litigation contract requirement basically harms the disclosing party by revealing basically their roadmap to their case, the fact that they're financially vulnerable, and it has no connection to the merits of the case. And one contract, like the insurance policy contract, is one that was created before there was a claim, and the litigation funding contract is one afterwards. So it's the contract was entered into at a time when the disclosing party has already assessed their case, and they may in the contract have information about the vulnerabilities of their case, and the numbers may reveal about what kind of position they're in and the risk of the case. And so it basically is requiring people to disclose things that are going to add and create essentially a parade of horribles for someone who's already been involved and harmed by someone else.
Ms. Boxer-McCumber, can you wrap it up, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
And the final point I would make is that this type of disclosure requirement, in addition to imposing on the authority of the court, also could potentially place counsel in violation of bar rules, because counsel should not be forced to reveal something that may be privileged information between them and their client. This is essentially asking them to do that. So thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Boxer-McCumber. Any questions for Ms. Boxer-McCumber from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
And we will next turn to Mr. Gorelli of Preferred Capital Funding, speaking in opposition.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I'm sitting in airport, so I'll be very brief, about to board a flight. And I appreciate you getting me on before I do that. So my name is Brian Gorelli. I'm an attorney by education. I've been a lawyer for 31 years. I'm also the president and founder of Preferred Capital Funding. And as an attorney, I worked as both a defense attorney and a plaintiff's attorney. So when the insurance industry stands here and tells you that they're worried about consumers, on the defense side, I can tell you I have never seen many insurance companies that care about what happens to consumers. But as a defense lawyer, when I first started practicing 31 years ago, I used to be on the defense side, and I saw a complete change in how the insurance companies were defending cases. When I first started practicing, they were actually fairly reasonable. If we had a non-disputed liability case I was representing the insurance company on, they would give me some reasonable authority, and I would negotiate with the plaintiff's attorney, and many times we would settle. About 30 years ago, the insurance industry, and it was brilliant, decided to take a different tactic and brought in-house defense teams on their own payrolls and decided to fight every case. And I saw plaintiff after plaintiff, after they were dragged on for years and years in long court battles, settle their cases for pennies on the dollar because they had no choice. And I called some of my plaintiff attorney friends that I knew, and I said, why did your client take that low ball offer? And they said, well, my client, was behind on their rent. They were being evicted. And, they told me that they needed to take it because they had no other choice. And I told them not to, but they did. So 20 some years ago, I decided to get into litigation funding, do it the right way, and help plaintiffs so they never had to settle a case for pennies on the dollar. Because that's really what all this legislation that the insurance industry tries to bring on this product is designed to do. It's designed to eliminate it so that plaintiffs who are in dire need are forced to take lowball offers. And there's no other reason for it. That's the only reason they want to do it. So this is a very small industry in Maine. I've been a licensed litigation funder for years. We do have to get licensed in your state. Your state was the first one in the country to pass legislation on it, which was very brave. I think the regulator of the product, the financial institution department, is going to speak later, but I've been operating for many, many years, 0 consumer complaints. I do under 10 transactions a year if they want disclosure. This is not a widely used product. I just try to help people who are really in desperate need so that they can then await a fair settlement and not take a low ball offer. So I would urge the committee to not enact this legislation. It's not fair to plaintiffs. They really just want to know what plaintiffs are desperate so they can use that to their advantage. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate you getting me on quickly, and I'll let the rest of the folks in opposition to the bill speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gorelli. Any quick questions from the committee for Mr. Gorelli before he boards his plane? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And
thank you.
I will turn to Kim Halverson of Oasis Financial speaking in opposition. There she is. Okay, you're on mute, Ms. Halverson.
Forgive me. Good afternoon, Representative Tepler and honorable members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Kim Halverson. I'm in-house counsel at Oasis Financial, a pre-settlement company located in Rosemont, Illinois. I'm testifying in opposition to LD 1956. Oasis Financial has been a provider of consumer legal funding in the state of Maine since 2008. Our concerns pertain to 3 portions of this bill, many of which have already been touched upon, so I won't belabor it. But nonetheless, our concerns fundamentally are that they're going to disproportionately harm consumers, those constituents that we serve, and may put Oasis and other companies like us out of business in the state. Our first concern is the revised definition of legal funding. It strips consumers of the protection of limiting their exposure to proceeds that are available from the legal claim. In our view, the definition as is should be maintained, and the proposed changes are unnecessary. Our second concern regarding the bill relates to an anti-securitization provision. If 1956 is enacted as written, companies like Oasis may choose to leave the state of Maine because they're not going to have access to the capital that they need to conduct business. The direct result of that is going to be consumers having less access to this product and them being forced to take lower settlements that do not compensate them for their injuries, or alternatively force them to recourse products like payday loans or credit cards that can wreak havoc on their credit. Lastly, I want to briefly touch on the disclosure provision, which many have already spoken to. Like Mr. Gorelli, I spent 10 years practicing personal injury and representing plaintiffs long before I came to Oasis. I had many clients who used this product, and disclosure of this product in the litigation will only result in it being used as a discovery tool and a fishing expedition on consumers' finances. They will be subject to countless unwarranted questions about their credit, about their debt, about why they needed the money, about why they didn't have emergency funds available when they got injured through no fault of their own. All questions that have absolutely no bearing on the liability and damages in their personal injury claim. Automatic disclosure will result in these agreements being used to humiliate plaintiffs and attack their credibility in front of jurors and judges. The rules of civil procedure and the rules of evidence in Maine, as the Maine trial lawyers already indicated, provide for a process in which these agreements can be discoverable and a showing of good cause, which is warranted. There's no reason to deviate from the current status quo. I appreciate the opportunity to address this committee and raise our concerns. Oasis would respectfully request that the definition of legal funding remains as it is, and that the anti-assignment and the disclosure provisions be stricken from the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Halverson. I see that Representative Matheson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Halverson. So you said you were from Oasis Financial, is that correct?
That's correct.
Great, thank you. And how many states do you actually work with other than Maine?
We work in about 43 other states.
Thank you.
Ms. Halverson, can you tell me what the average interest rate is on one of your contracts in Maine?
Absolutely. On average, it's about 66% a year, which again, I know seems high, but is high risk money that we are lending. And of course, it's a non-recourse product, such that if a plaintiff is unsuccessful in their underlying legal claim, they owe us nothing. Nothing is to be repaid.
Thank you. All right, so we have another, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Bleier has a question as well.
Thank you, Madam
ahead,
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. When you said you had a 66% interest rate, what is your failure rate? Out of 10 cases, how many are successful and how many fail?
Sure. So I would say since 2017, we have done about 184 fundings in the state of Maine, and about 10 to 15% of those never pay us back anything. It's just a complete loss.
Okay, are you set, Representative Bleier? Okay, great.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Halverson. And next I will call Mr. McAllister from the American Legal Finance Association, speaking in opposition to the bill.
Hey there, everyone. Appreciate you making the time. I know you all have had a long day. Representative Tepler, honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is BJ McAllister, and I'm here to testify on behalf of my client, the American Legal Finance Association. By way of quick introduction, ALFA is a trade association consisting of 32 of the nation's leading consumer legal funding companies that do business throughout the United States. I have submitted written testimony, but I want to highlight a couple of key items. First, legal funding enables plaintiffs to provide for life needs that prevent eviction, foreclosure, or car repossession. So, for example, 78% of consumer legal funding is used to avoid foreclosure, nearly 7% for auto payments, and almost 10% for food. Consumer legal funding does not fund the lawsuit, but instead helps people when they're in their most desperate time of need. Second, and this might be more important, consumer legal funding enables a plaintiff to get a fair settlement. Without consumer legal funding, a plaintiff often settles their case on the first offer because they have no funds to pay for their basic needs. Insurance companies, knowing consumers are faced with these financial challenges, lowball a first offer in hopes to capitalize on the financial situation of the plaintiff. Let's be clear. The insurance industry is advocating for this legislation today because they want to eliminate these fundings because of low or unfair settlements being more profitable, period. Consumer legal funding allows the consumer to get fair compensation. To be clear, there are provisions in this bill that prohibits companies from assigning or securitizing funding transaction. If adopted as written, this would shut down all consumer litigation funding in Maine, as it would prevent companies from accessing any capital for transactions. Plain and simple, it would shut off the spigot of funds for funding companies. That's the real impact of this legislation, not consumer protection. It's like saying you can have the car, but you can't have gasoline to operate the vehicle. Look, we share the goal of consumer protections, but this bill does quite the opposite. My client and I would welcome the opportunity to work with the committee to develop robust consumer protections. In fact, we've led the charge in helping adopt sound consumer protection law in many states, including nearby Vermont, but also Indiana, Oklahoma, Utah, Nevada, Tennessee, Ohio, and Nebraska. Consumer legal funding provides consumers with a lifeline when they have nowhere else to turn. It enables a plaintiff to obtain a settlement they deserve and not be forced to accept an unfair offer. If you have any questions or concerns about this industry, the members and I stand ready to work with you to address those concerns. Thank you. I'll do my best to answer your questions, and if I'm not able to, I'll get back to you before the work session.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. Any questions from the committee for Mr. McAllister? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And we will next turn to Eric Schuller of the Alliance for Responsible Consumer Legal Funding, speaking in opposition to the bill.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, Mr. Schuller.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everybody. Chairwoman Tepler and members of the committee, my name is Eric Schuller, and I'm the president of the Alliance for Responsible Consumer Legal Funding, also known as ARC. We're a trade association that represents companies that offer consumer legal funding across the country. And in fact, 3 of the 4 of the companies that are currently licensed in Maine are members of ARC. And to my knowledge, there has not been any complaints or issues with any of the companies licensed here in the state of Maine. I'm here to speak in opposition to the current version of LD 1956. And again, just want to make it clear that the money that we provide a consumer is not used to further litigation. It's only used for immediate household needs. And we're very clear the money cannot be used to further litigation. Our average funding from our companies is about $2,000. The current form of 1956 causes some issues within the industry. Also, we understand that when this legislation was passed over a decade ago, things change. They need to be updated. We are good with most of the bill, except for a few important issues. As was stated earlier by Ms. Halverson, the issue on legal fund, the new definition of legal funding, we feel it takes away some of the consumer protections in it. One to be specific is that it takes away the protection that any realized settlement, judgment, or reward is limited to the funds. Also, it takes away that if no proceeds from civil action are received, the consumer is not required to pay the company. This is taking away a very important consumer protection and could harm them. It also implies that the funds that are given to the consumer are used to fund the litigation. That is not the case. My recommendation is to keep the version as is. As is also was stated earlier by 2 other individuals, the provision to put in the prohibited acts, assigning a legal funding contract in whole and part, including securitization. This was enacted in Tennessee in 2014. As a result, the companies pulled out of the state. It wasn't until 2017 when this provision was stricken and reauthored that the companies came back in. We'd be happy to work with the committee on appropriate language as we have in Tennessee and also as we have in Vermont to make sure that this is done properly. One of the other issues that has been brought up is about the automatic disclosure of the contracts. As was stated before, and I don't want to reiterate this, but this does put the consumer in a precarious situation. You're basically telling the other side, I'm vulnerable. I've had to go to an outside source to get money in order to pay my bills, in order to keep food on the table and put a roof over my head. This information is already available to the other side through the normal discovery process, which has been in place in Maine for my understanding for over 100 years. I don't think that should be adjusted in any way just for one side. And finally, in my understanding, in talking with the bill sponsor, that the idea behind this bill is to go after those that are paying for the litigation. You know, one of the things that we have done in other states is under prohibited acts is put in a line in the prohibited acts that says the companies are prohibited from knowingly pay or offer to pay court costs, filing fees, attorney's fees, or other costs associated during the resolution of this legal claim. I'm willing to work with the committee and the members to put that in, to make that a prohibited act under this statute. One of the other issues that were brought up earlier is regarding West Virginia and Wisconsin having this automatic mandatory disclosure. This product as a non-recourse product is not offered in West Virginia and Wisconsin. That is some of the ramifications that that does have with it.
Mr. Schuler,
Yeah.
please wrap it up for us.
Sure. And one thing I just want to make clear too, that was stated, that no state bans this practice. There has not been any state that has passed any legislation to ban this practice, or is it banned in anywhere. I'll be happy to work with the committee and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schuler. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Schuler? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
We appreciate your testimony. And we will turn to, I will turn to our attendee list and see if there's anyone else who wants to testify in opposition to the bill. And seeing no one with their little electronic hand raised, I will turn to Mr. Lund, Superintendent Lund of the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection, to testify neither for nor against the bill. Superintendent. Welcome, Superintendent Lund.
Thank you. If I can find my camera, we'll be in good shape here.
Well, you were on just a second ago. Now you're on.
There we go. Good afternoon, Representative Tepler and members of the committee. My name is Will Lund, and I serve as Superintendent of Maine's Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection. As indicated, we are taking a neither for nor against position on the bill. My interest, obviously, is that this would amend a portion of Maine's Consumer Credit Code, which is the primary body of laws administered by the agency. And in this particular case, our agency has administered the law since about 2007. As you heard before, Maine was the first, or certainly among the first, state to regulate litigation funding or legal funding at all. As you've heard also, legal funding occurs when a plaintiff accepts an advance of money and agrees to repay that advance plus additional money similar to interest from the future proceeds of their lawsuit. They're not considered loans in a technical sense similar to a supervised loan under Maine law because of the non-recourse aspect of it. If the plaintiff does not prevail, then there is no recovery by the advancing company. This has been a relatively quiet area of regulation for our office. We've had 7 or 8 companies at times in the last 15 years licensed, but we currently have 4 licensed companies, and with one of those having an additional branch. I attached a current roster to my testimony, so if you have my testimony, you can see the current roster as well as the date that those companies were first licensed. The bill would make a number of amendments to current law. Some are fairly small and some are larger. It would apply the law only to consumer lawsuits and not to business or commercial lawsuits. More significantly, it would apply the law to class action lawsuits. And as you've heard, it would require the plaintiff to disclose of his or her own accord to the defendant and to the defendant's insurer the existence of a contract. Actually, the bill says the contract itself would need to be provided to the defendant and to the defendant's insurance company. Other interested parties who are engaged in the practice can better answer these questions now or at the work session. But as you have heard and as you have asked, I think to my mind, the relevant questions are, is there a need to change current law? Is there a need to require mandatory disclosure? Is there a need to include the defendant's insurance company, remembering if I'm injured and if I am required to bring an action, I might not necessarily know which insurance company represents the defendant. That's information that is not often known, at least at the beginning of litigation. Finally, I haven't the question of whether the contracts are discoverable and under what conditions now. I think they certainly are under certain conditions. The attorneys who are in the practice may be able to answer those, answer that in a more certain manner. And finally, the last part of the bill says that if there is a violation by any party, then the contract is unenforceable. I'm not sure what that means, whether the money must be repaid, whether the loan becomes forgiven, the advance is forgiven. So that's simply not clear what that penalty is. So as you've heard, this is not an unregulated area of law. Licensing has been in effect. A bond is required. A net worth is required. It's as all of our licensing programs, we take it seriously and make sure that the companies that are licensed are here for the long run. But that's my testimony, neither for nor against. I'm certainly available to answer questions now or at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I have a question, but we'll first turn to the committee and see if anyone else has questions. Yes, Representative Matheson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent Lund. You said this is a relatively quiet issue. I'm just curious, have you had consumer complaints associated to this legal funding contract?
We have not had consumer complaints in the entire time that we have been regulating these companies. As you've heard from the companies themselves, they haven't made very many advances here in the state of Maine. The numbers are very low, both in terms of numbers of advances and the dollar amount of the advances made. But we have not had, either from consumer complaints or from a regulatory perspective, licensing related complaints.
Could I just have a quick follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Is it, I'd love to just see the numbers in terms of how many claims have been submitted over the last couple of years, just to kind of get a feel for this for the work session, if you don't mind.
I don't mind in general terms because the roster is so small. In other words, if you were to ask me how many what the auto sales of a certain dealership was, I wouldn't tell you that. That's information that's confidential information. So certainly I can generalize and give averages, but when you have, especially with a small roster like this, you come pretty close to providing information that is ordinarily not public. But I will do what I can.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I see Representative Brooks has a question also.
Thank you, Chair Tepler. Superintendent Lund, I had a couple questions for the work session, or if you have any insight now, that would be great, but the work session would be good as well. One had to do with the interest rate seemed particularly high. If you could maybe compare that to what the highest interest rate we allow in Maine is for any type of loan, compared to like kind of other types of loans. If you could do that, but I don't know if you want to answer that now or the work session.
Well, I would encourage members of the committee and your analysts to review the current law, because right now there is a requirement to disclose the annual percentage rate if the matter settles or is resolved in different periods of time. So it's a fairly extensive set of requirements now for disclosure. In answer to your question, generally the range in small loans ranges between 18%, even as high as 25 or 30% for small unsecured loans currently in the Consumer Credit Code. So if the average is 60, then it's roughly twice as much as would be allowed for small loans. The reason, as I mentioned, that it's not considered as a consumer loan is that under certain circumstances, it goes away.
And then this is another question for the work section, and I think this is an intersection between different titles, so maybe Colleen could help us with this, or help me with this, or us. I heard an earlier testimony say something about if one is to get this type of a loan, they may be potentially sacrificing some types of health insurance protection. So that I'm particularly curious about as well, just to see what that trade-off is. So that would give me more information to kind of take the next step.
That may have been in particular reference to some testimony provided by Mr. Garrity, and I have not had an opportunity to review that testimony, so I certainly will, and I would encourage your analysts to look at that as well.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I think that Representative Brooks is referring to MedPay. And that's not exactly health insurance, that's auto insurance that can be applied for certain health needs after an accident. And I guess one of the questions I have for the superintendent, and if you can't answer it, we need to figure out who can, is do we need further regulation of this type of entity, and what kind of regulation would most benefit Maine consumers? And I realize that's probably not an instant answer question, but I pose it to you because you do a lot to protect Maine consumers in certain kinds of transactional areas in the state of Maine.
I think the answer will depend on, first of all, it isn't happening now in Maine. So the question is, what is happening around the country, and what's the likelihood that it will come to Maine? And if so, should state law be ready when it does? And that's certainly something we can discuss prior to the work session, and that could be the focus of the work session. You've heard that some states have updated their statutes, and you've heard that nobody is objecting to updating if there are some things that have changed since 2007. So the question is, what are the dangers if the law does not change? Are the situations that may be of legitimate concern in other states, are they likely to come to the state of Maine?
So Superintendent, am I understanding you correctly in saying that right now, none of the entities licensed to provide this kind of loan in Maine are related to, I'm sorry, Representative Morris described them, the entities from Wall Street that are speculating on this kind of a loan?
Well, if the question is where are these companies getting their funding, in that certainly all sorts of companies, all sorts of retailers, all sorts of service providers rely on sources of funding into them. Whether it's a second question whether those funding sources are driving the activities of the companies, which is, I think, the message that is the message that was conveyed by some of the journalism that I have seen. You heard today that disrupting the supply of money to the companies from whatever source would pose a serious financial problem for them. I'm not privy to that process necessarily. I do know that seeking investment from outside it's a fact of life with any any industry, whether it's retail or financial right now.
I understand what you're saying. I think it's just a question of whether or not hedge funds are speculating on these kinds of loans in the state of Maine. And I think what you're saying is the volume is so low that that is currently unlikely.
It's certainly not a big force in Maine. That is correct, Representative Tepler.
Thank you. Thank you. And I see Representative Arford has a question as well.
Just quickly, and thank you for being with us, Superintendent Lund. I'm curious, and I'm not, you may not know the answer to this at this time, but looking at all the other states, do you know of any other remedy that's provided to people who find themselves in the situation where when they would take out a loan like this, they would be that desperate, that much in need? Are there any, I mean, I'm just thinking outside of the box. Are there any organizations in other states that might provide relief or anything like that? Or is this, as far as you know, is this truly the only form of relief when they find themselves at that point?
I know, I guess, a couple of truths there. The first is that litigation is a very, very long-term process, especially in Maine in the past 2 or 3 years. There has been the courts have not heard civil actions. So if one side or the other doesn't want to settle a case, it can easily go on for 3 or 4 years. Second of all, the consumers who we deal with, their first option is a credit card if they have one. A second option would be other forms of unsecured credit, and very quickly you're getting into the issue of short-term or payday type loans. I'm not aware of any. These are in effect, this is somewhat of a privileged class because they have expectations of receiving some money for their injury at some point in the future. That's the market, that's the niche that this industry seeks to serve, and that is people who need money now and who expect to receive recovery at some indistinct point in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Lund. We appreciate your being with us today. I see no further questions from the committee, and I believe we've heard from everyone who's currently in our attendee list. So that brings our hearings today to a close. And thanks everybody for your good work today. It's been a long day. And we'll see you tomorrow, and I might even see you from the dais. So take care, and we will see everybody tomorrow. And I do have to say that work sessions on this bill have not yet been determined, on these bills, all 4 of them have not yet been determined. So we will be announcing that shortly, I'm sure. Right now, there's only is that a 1-week notification? Yes, on work sessions. So we will be making an announcement fairly soon, though. Thank you very much.